wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to post everything that mattered happening day. I guess we got a whole bunch of earnings last night. If you tuned in, I was hanging out there for that stream for a bit. And now we get to see the aftermath. We get to see the aftermath of JPOW, which market didn't really care about. And then we get to see the aftermath of all of the biggest earnings with one more huge one to come. I know there's technically two, but the one more huge one tonight is Apple. And then, of course, we have NVIDIA, but I don't think anyone cares about NVIDIA's earnings just because all of the companies that are their clients reported last night. And you think about their biggest clients, their largest revenue sources, they already reported. So we, the analysts, probably have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen. So Apple, I think, is really important here because they're kind of the last of the big one. And, we should do some, I'll get some charts for you guys a little bit later about a lot of people, I think, kind of forget the size of Apple. Like Apple's iPhone makes more than NVIDIA makes, like period. Just the iPhone. And then I think it's like the Mac computer sales make more than McDonald's, and there's, like AirPods make more than Netflix and like all this kind of stuff. The size of Apple is really hard, I think, for a lot of people to kind of wrap their head around there, where it's such a big deal. It's such a huge deal on not only the market as a whole, but just as a company, right? Bigger than all these other companies that we talked about, from a revenue standpoint, from an importance when it comes to the consumer, that kind of thing. They've just been left out a little bit of the story because they haven't been chasing the huge moves in AI the way everything else has, right? Apple just had a model of, let you guys figure it out, and then we'll license one or buy one or do something after that. So yeah, one more big event, but kind of got, sadly, the where's the market watch here? It's kind of got the worst of all outcomes for me personally, in which I was hoping for everyone to do awesome or everyone to fail horribly. Those were the two things that I really wanted to see. And, things are, some did good, some did bad. We're kind of in the middle of the range. We are testing the breakout again. This 30-minute chart zooming out, this is what we've been talking about all week, this huge range that's been put in. We are testing a high. We are testing a breakout of that range. Let's see if we can hold today. That's going to be, I think, more important than anything is, do we stick the landing here? Does Apple kind of carry us to the promised land if something reverses and smacks us back down and we're just back inside this range that we've been in the whole time? Eventually, traders just get frustrated enough that they're going to dump shares. That's the way I look at it, is that if you can't break for weeks, now we're almost like 2 weeks, we can't break this range. At some point, everyone just gets really mad and says, enough. I'm dumping my shares. I'm getting out. I'm going to wait for something else to occur. And then we could be, into a little bit of a pullback or correction, or we could just take a whole long period of time in order to get kind of right back into it. So that's what we're seeing here for the market. This is an all-time high. The beauty of markets at all-time highs, very easy to mark your levels. You just put the line at all-time highs. If you're above it, then absolutely everyone in the world out there is making money. Congratulations. And then if you're below that, that's when you can start to really look at levels. Oil down quite a bit. I think that's important, that it did a little bit of a surge in the after hours, and then some news must have hit. I haven't really been paying attention to the news at all this morning. And then we're getting a pullback here as well on the oil front. I know we had some economic reports this morning that were at least red letter events. I'll grab those for you. Again, it's our old trusty Forex Factory. It's like 50-year-old website. And it was, Core PCE price index and employment cost price index and advanced GDP. It's great. GDP was a little less than expected. Everything else came pretty much in line with what was expected. And that caused a little bit of a surge when that happened, right? That's the 8:30 candle right here. That's when that news came out. You can see the big push that happened kind of after that. So oil falling back just a little bit there. We have SPY holding up strong. We have MAGS holding up strong. We have the Qs even beating the market just slightly with higher beta. So it makes perfect sense. And we're back in kind of the wait and see mode. If we can stick the landing today, that's the big tell, right? Because we've got today and then obviously into Friday, options expiry on Friday, things like that. We need to make sure that we hold this breakout. If we can hold the breakout, we can hold the all-time highs going into the weekend, then I think that's what's interesting here. But I see that we've got a guest while we're waiting for Mitch to come back from cheating for us, who might have some levels. So we'll wait to just bring her in there. Hopefully the question really is the sound fixed? For me, I had to turn off and on twice this morning. It wasn't just once. I had to flip inputs twice. But yes, I can hear you back there. So whenever you're good to go. Hey, Jane, what's going on?
I'm good to go. Thank you. Seeing what I'm really seeing is a little bit of, it's weird to me to see that fuel cell is rocking. That's a great one that I'm watching on the swing. But the RSP, we still have them up at 201. They moved it down, 201.93 up here. And it's starting to pull back below. Let's make this a 45-minute chart. It might be easier to see. Edit. Or even 3 hours. How about that? That way we can get present day price action in it. When we see this 201.93, that with the RSP, the broader market for the S&P 500, we are below their bigger money levels. We're seeing that with the Mag 7 that we are advancing, and it's makes me a little leery to say, is it just these top 7 stocks that are really moving the market? And once they fall, that everything else is going to fall. I have seen that with the Dow, we're starting to see a little bit of a reversal, a very nice bullish engulfing today on the Dow itself. So we've gone and we've taken away all of yesterday's loss. So when we see that the Dow is reversing, we are still below on the Russell 2000. So the Russell 2000, S&P 493 stocks are declining. So that's a pretty good sample size. These smaller ones of the Qs, Mag 7, and Dow are advancing. So what happens if those start to topple as well? Is it really that, yes, we are all hitting all-time highs? I would say let's be cautious a little bit. I'm also starting to see that the dollar is reversing, and we're starting to see that the metals have a bit of a reversal after yesterday's lack of interest rate movement. So this could be an inflection point where we do start to see things change with USO. We've definitely seen that it has pulled back. We are still advancing. You can see barely this 33 exponential line right here, 141.83. If we just pull back to 141.83, I would say, hey, awesome entry. Be cautious if it goes below 138. But it's still in the upward motion. We are starting to see, and this drawdown is actually it's correlated with the dollar dropping, I should say, that the two are running in sync as opposed to the metals, which are inverse correlated. So starting to see definitely tons of stocks, 143 reporting before the open today. So lots of earnings opportunities there. Wayfair, also looking at BMO, MasterCard, QCOM, Google, a lot of great names to trade in the day trading world. And the swing trading, I would say, hey, let's set some stops. I did re-enter on silver yesterday on the overextension to the downside and getting paid for that nicely this morning.
Oil, and I think Shaw was saying here in chat, it makes perfect sense. He's saying, right, I think the war is a non-event now. And I'm starting to think that's true too, right? It seems like the worst, the bad stuff is kind of all priced in, and then we're just looking for a resolution. And I don't know if that's going to also be priced in. Like, is it just to the point now where it's all kind of sorted, and if the Hormuz opens, it's just like, okay, maybe we trickle back down slowly. I just don't know if we get that giant event and that giant flush down that people are, myself included, we're looking for, just because if you do like the will they won't they for too long, eventually the whole world just gets desensitized and just kind of stops caring about what's going on in the market, where we just move on to other things. And I think, we moved on to earnings. I don't even think we care too much anymore about what J-Pow says, because he's out. So now none of this matters. I don't even think the next minutes are going to matter. It's all going to be, what's a new guy say, right? What's a new guy interested in? Because the old dude's out, so it doesn't matter what he says. He could say, yeah, he thinks he needs to raise rates like 20%. And it's like, who cares? Because we know for sure that new guy ain't raising rates. He was not hired to hike up rates. He was hired for one job, and that was to make up whatever excuse he can to make his rates as low as he can. So with the Fed out of the picture, with the war not really mattering too much, then at the end, I think it's earnings. So we've got Apple tonight. That's the biggest thing that I think we're looking forward to. And then after Apple, that's most of the Mag 7 till NVIDIA. But, like I talked about earlier, I don't think we care about NVIDIA anymore, because we know what all their clients are, and all their clients have already reported how much they've spent to NVIDIA. So it's like, what can he really say? It's all going to be forward looking. I bet you NVIDIA, there's no surprise in those earnings anymore. It's just straight up, okay, this is what's happening. So what are you seeing? Are you seeing anything interesting on the Apple front? Any bold predictions for tonight?
Let me come on over here. Let's pull this up and check it out, and let's see. Let's look.
There'd be a lot of, I know you like those, like ETFs and inverse ETFs and stuff. There'd be a ton of those on Apple, wouldn't there? Like APPD or something?
I want to say it's XLK. That would be, here, let's pull this over. So, no, stock analysis. My favorite thing to do is come here, go to the ETFs, pull it up, find Apple.
But do you ever look at like the single stock ETFs? Like the inverse Apple ETF, the leveraged right Apple ETFs?
AAPD. Yeah. So that would be so let's check it out. Let's pull it, because I can't do it over there. I know my charts look messy. It's just how I read it. It works for me. Let's see. When was last Apple earnings? I want to correlate it the same.
I'll grab that for you.
Here we go. Right here. It was.
Oh, you got it.
Thursday, January 29th. AAPD. January 29th. Over one more. Okay, so it's looking pretty bullish right here to me, because as this one goes down, obviously, we're expecting Apple to move up. We are testing a former buy level on AAPD right here at 1296. So I would watch the 1296 level to see. It's kind of like Pong, It's like right here, you go from this level up to this level, back down to this level. And are they going to move it one way or the other? So right now, 1296, 1295, below 1280, full on bull, right? So if we close above 1280, I would say there's a pretty good bullish move ahead for Apple. Just looking at this, and this has pretty good volume as well at 4.72 million. So if it had zero volume, if it was one of those ETFs where it's like 50 shares, throw it out, right?
Yeah.
But there's enough people that are trading it. Let's come over here and
Well, it's
see
Apple.
even.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's like the most active stock in the market, because it's kind of the last. Like they could save us, they could break us clean out of this range, they could doom us.
Mhm.
I think it's a big deal. It's all about how much they're going to mention. I think the word AI.
So right now it looks like we're kind of sandwiched. I don't know why. I've got to talk to my buddy about this, but why the lines disappear. But we're sandwiched between their bigger levels, which these don't trade that much. 70,000 shares, it's only $936,000. That's not that big in comparison to, say, we're looking at Microsoft, where we're having 26 million shares being traded in a trade. Yeah. Or so I would say that as a trading instrument, it's not giving me that directional, hey, I'm definitely bullish or definitely bearish. We're sandwiched at this time, and usually sandwiched in between moving averages or sandwiched between price levels. It's not as easy to say this is a clear direction that I want to see move. Unlike KMB, where KMB, we had a nice rounded bottom and we had the volume. Now it's above us except for one. So now rounded bottom, came up, tested, and pulling back. In my opinion, a nice potential move 3 points to the downside.
Well, if we pop over here, the audience there can take their own bet on what they think is going to happen for the earnings prediction. You can see a little countdown here, so you know exactly how long you do to get in. I think you got 10 minutes till the close. If you want to be real clever, you can get a little bit of a better price there. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter where Apple closes today. Earnings are going to be pretty sizable one way or the other, and I'll actually get the market maker move out here in a second. But and shout out to our winners. We had two yesterday that predicted. We have a Donna S and a RB, and they're winning here, and we can win. You can win as well. All you need, right? Name, email address, phone number. Oh, looks like we switched to the scanner screen there. I'm sure that will get corrected in a second here. But shout out to anyone who nailed it. So what was the 550 print? 414 on Microsoft. How close was that? Let's go in.
At 550.
At 550. Because, that's where we lock in the price. Because, of course, one of the cool things you can do at Trader TV is 24-hour markets. So what's that? 550s. Yeah, right here. So that's pretty spot on, within pennies. So good work there, and good work on Google at 368.87. Google. And funny enough, we were talking about the market maker move, and I'm going to do a little educational segment on that later. Yeah, that just boom, just ripped. And it was like 369. So that's both really, really accurate picks. So we're going to talk about a little bit of the market maker move later, but pretty much in every case, we are just right inside that. So the guys selling the options, they win again. They seem to always win. So
always.
Don't bet against the option seller. And just so you know, it says market maker move, but these aren't necessarily market makers. It's anyone who is making a market by definition, which means putting out bids and asks. That's how prices are decided. So it's just the market as a whole, as a smart entity, is really, really good at predicting what price is at. It's kind of hard to make money in the stock market. It's really, really efficient. What's it for? I'm just grabbing the Apple tonight. And of course, these expected moves are going to move throughout the day, because in theory, you take the end of day price, and at the close, that's where you're going to get. So so Apple is showing plus or minus 4.5%. So it's a little bit less than we saw with the other ones. They were like 6-7% expected moves, and 4.24%. That's less interesting. But it's a bigger company, right? If you look at what even like QCOM and some of these ones were, they were a little bit smaller, but what do we got? We got $3.97 trillion for Apple. And just like I talked about, Apple's iPhone makes more revenue than all of Nvidia combined. So it's a big deal. It's not as big as last night, because last night we had a bunch of them. But Apple gets slept on for a $4 trillion company. So it'll be interesting to see. So that's 4% up or down based off whatever the close is. That's what the market's pricing in. Let's see if it's the same as all of the rest of these. I can hear you, Mitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the only
Hear
one
me
that was
now.
outside, we got what up? We got Meta down a little bit outside the market maker move. I think it's like 0.5%. And then we have everything else perfectly in line. So if you had sold options, this is what this means. If you had sold an at the money straddle, so sold a call and a put near whatever the price was that these closed on yesterday, you would have made money today. This is why you hear a lot of people, especially new traders, come in and say, well, if we know there's going to be a huge volatile move, I can just buy a call and I can buy a put and I can make a ton of money, because as long as it moves crazy in one direction, look, I win. And then they wake up the next morning and their options they lose money, and they're trying to figure out why. It's because you need more than, for Meta, it was like more than a 7-8% move. For Amazon, it was more than a 4-5% move. For Google, it was more than a 7% move. So in pretty much all these cases, they're locked in. So what I'm going to watch for this strategy that I'm thinking about and we're working on is QCOM was a little bit outside, Meta's a little bit outside. See if there's any kind of mean reversion that happens off the open to get back inside that range. That's kind of the going theory that I want to test just a little bit to see if we open up outside those moves. If there's some mean reversion play. Amazon kind of being the star there, all-time highs there, man. So what's up, Mitch?
Short the rip, right? And there's a strategy within there, especially off of earnings.
Well, yeah,
there's always usually some.
The thing I like about it is that
there's some type of pullback.
If it's if it's greater than everyone expected, too, it means that it's a shock event, and it's just really cool that we have this metric of this is what the market thought was going to happen, and if it happens, no big deal. If something crazier happens, right?
The algos actually
when the algos are wrong,
they're wrong 99% of the time, at least on the earnings ones, because you can see there's always a conflict. There's somebody that has it right. There's somebody that has it wrong. So
what surprised me
can be used, right?
What surprised me was that the VIX didn't really move with all of these earnings that were coming out. There was no movement.
The VIX is a telling sign, guys. That's a telling sign. There's no concern in the market. Fear. No one's buying protection, real protection. This is where I tried to remind everyone about yesterday, is being more of a buy the dip. And I feel like today is going to be a little bit tougher because you're already higher. Like, look where the SMH is, right? Like, I was talking about this yesterday, how, I think we did get ourselves a little bit of a pullback, but look at that success, right? How quickly was that given back, right? So I think at this point, what we got here from, of course, the hyperscalers was exactly what we were telling you guys here yesterday. This is why you show up for our earnings coverage, because of moments like this. What happened? Well, we finally got the answer that we were asking yesterday. Did the cloud growth justify the CapEx spend? And Microsoft came in with up 40%, AI run rate at $37 billion, up 123% year over year. Amazon at 28%, fastest growth in the AWS in 15 quarters. AI revenue at $15 billion annualized. Google GCP at 63%, the best growth rate in Google Cloud history. Combine these three platforms, and you're seeing more than tens of billions of dollars in a single quarter. So what does that tell us? That the whole CapEx equation, that whole concern for the market is just overblown and not even worth mentioning anymore. because the truth is the growth is there to justify the spend, and that's all you need, right? So we got the earnings that we needed. And if you read the reports and didn't pay attention to the price action at first, and you just dove deep, everything that we gave you in the preview that I worked hard to give you guys, right? I'm trying to give you guys the best information I can. And the reason why, that was the question to ask. And as soon as the investors started to really catch on that, and there was more comments in the earnings conference, boom, take off, right? So they're just guys to show you guys, right, where we need to be focusing on. It's CapEx, right? There was the whole talk of the earnings. Well, now it got the confirmation with these cloud revenues. So we'll take a look at some different trades out there and be talking about it. But I sold the rip in ARM yesterday in the 24-hour market. This is why I love the 24-hour market, Michael. I'm really starting to appreciate these sells. I might even come up with a swing strategy that specifically just tries to ride like 1 day swings into that after hours, that 24-hour market. Because especially on euphoric days, you can get pops like this, where this was popping up there to 210. You look at any other chart, you don't see a 210 out there. Well, I was selling into that rip. I used that and I said, yeah, I will take this gift on ARM. I hung in there all day and I said, you know what? We'll see what happens on the earnings. It started to climb back up. I said, you know what? Let's just take the gift, man. It's a nice little trade here. I took the money and ran there in ARM, and today it still hasn't gotten back to that level. So what would I have been feeling in the morning? Oh man, I should have taken that money and ran. So at this point, I don't feel bad. I just did what I needed to do. Now, can I look for a dip to maybe re-enter? Yes, but I'm actually a little bit concerned today to see if we get some further downside in these tech names. It's just too easy. And if it's going to be too easy, I mean, I don't mind riding the trends. I jumped in APLD, CEG throughout yesterday. Right. And I was talking to you guys. I wanted to kind of jump into these names. We'll see which kind of pushes higher here. CEG already showing a nice little bid action here right before the bell. So it's good action there that I'm seeing there in CEG. And I still got MSOS. I hung in there, Michael, even on the pullbacks. So I just said, you know what? I'm going to stay with the risk. I'm going to stay with the pattern. The pattern's still there, right? Even though there was some weakness day, and sometimes those are the days where you just got to hold your nose and know where your risk is, right? Just stay with the trade. Now the trend line extends and we have more potential for a breakout above 5. We'll see what happens there. Those are my trades, my outlooks, and we can talk about some more trade ideas, but I just wanted to mention, of course, that AI thesis because that was what we needed to see. We'll talk more about some trading action and we can talk about what's leading the market coming into here in just a second. But let me actually pull that up to talk about it here. Of course, the setup going into the day is going to be looking to see what's the reaction moving forward. A lot of things to kind of talk about. We did get some earnings stocks, so that I'll kind of cover throughout the show. We can talk about some of those names like the CAT's earnings and others. But the month-end rebalancing creates structural selling pressures in the biggest April winners. So be careful today. We're at the month end, so you get a rebalance, right? And a lot of times that can be where you see a little bit of some profit taking. I think today's that classic day where we could see a little bit of some downside and then a recovery going back into the close. So just be careful out there. But we did get some nice AI CapEx bifurcation in the defining narrative, of course, with Amazon, Alphabet rewarded, Meta and Microsoft still being a little bit punished, but we'll see what happens as Meta starts to rally back. WTI 107.94. But did you guys see USO this morning? It seemed like it was falling and falling fast. So I think this is something to watch. We also can talk about Eli Lilly's 49% GLP volume growth. That's good signs for health. Let's go to the market. Let's see what we can see and come up with today. Get after it, traders.
Yeah, big list of things to watch here, right? We've got a lot of the Mag 7. There's some smaller names, like whatever MR or VIAV. I know this one also had earnings. It's up pretty big there. So yeah, big list, big things of things to watch. So right off the open, we need to XBI up 1.4%. I don't know what's going on there, but that's really interesting to me because XBI has been getting hammered here for a while. So nice little pop there. IWM is holding up really strong. That to me, IWM and RSP, I think, are going to be more interesting. You're going to get the SPY. Yeah, it's gonna move around a lot too, especially with earnings going on. So I'm just more focused on this IWM, SPY, that kind of focus, just to see what the average stock thinks of the earnings. We know what the stocks that reported earnings think of the earnings because we already got that. But I'm more interested in these like equally weighted averages. It's like, okay, is the market like really scared or freaked out, or does it not even really care?
Big lift off for me in APLD. I'll be looking to probably sell some of the rip here, looking really good on the first action there. APLD had a great contract yesterday, and it was still like kind of getting just a tiny bit of lift on it, but it was a great contract for AI as it gets to push right there. You can learn more about it, of course, in our playbook. That's where I mentioned a little bit more about that. Of course, where can you get that? The Discord action, of course. But look for that to maybe get a nice lift. It was a 15-year, 7.5 billion lease, just to mention. So we'll see if that can continue to hold. MSOS getting a little lift there. We'll see if that can push. Good action.
Microsoft here on the downtick off the open, so it's now almost to, and these pre-market levels are probably going to be pretty important. It's almost to this pre-market low of like the initial kind of flush when the news came out there. So just noticing that. Going to keep going through some of these bigger, more important names, but it's a bit of a flush there off the open. We got to keep an eye on.
USAR hot
for the rebound on that overextension.
USAR 9 EMA recovery looking great today. Exact pattern that I like to trade. Looking awesome on that one. But it was a pre-market undercut, so that's a little tougher. But USAR minerals strong out the gates here. I'm looking also at ALB off the 9 EMA. Good action in CEG, guys. Almost up triple digits already, guys. CEG right out the gates there, doing really well, pushing towards 305. I talked about how this could be the moment for independent power producers. VST, TLN, GEV recovering 1100 would be a nice look. Of course, you guys have seen the massive run in Bloom Energy. But now I'd look to see Bloom Energy come down, and I'd look to see the others kind of lift. It'd be a nice little pairs trade, but we'll see what happens there. As we look to see those like kind of Bloom Energy short and then long the other ones. Why? Because that's just how the algos work, right? It's how trading works sometimes, guys.
Silver is at a gap fill test level. From what I can see, if we can break above 66.80, nice potential gap fill there, but it looks like they've sold at 66.57 right now.
Looking really good in that APLD. I don't want to sell right now. Leading out the gates here, basic materials, industrials, healthcare, utilities, and defensive. What's in the red? Technology, financials, and energy. I talked about how healthcare could have a good day. Of course, Lilly came in and gave a really good number, which will start to lift all the thesis in the drug manufacturers, the big boys. That's where you can also go looking today. I like Bristol Myers. I like AbbVie. Beating down names. AbbVie already up there to 210. Looking for these to start making reversals. And of course, with Lilly's numbers, it just gives the backing to these, right? It starts helping the bar. So look to see action in the healthcare space. XLV is another way to play it, right? If you just want to go for the ETF. So that's one way I can play it.
Yeah, XLF actually took a little bit of a hit this morning on some of these names, but this is an interesting first 5-minute candle. Really, aggressive sell-off there in financials just to close back green. So that's an interesting reversal. I'm going to watch financials closely. Of course, that's obviously important for the rest of the overall market. Everyone's looking at the Mag 7. It might be one of these look left, really notice right instead. That's just a wild opening kind of first minute candle there.
MasterCard was melting. Did it break the 500 level? Yeah.
MA. Yeah, that had earnings too, I think. Didn't it?
Yep.
So yeah, it broke down there off the bat. Now trying to put in a little bit of a bounce.
We're
That's
setting
interesting.
higher lows on that daily there. Also, Visa was affected as well.
Look at that candle yesterday, though, on this name. Right, that's a wild candle. That's his shooting star, abandoned baby, I guess they call it.
The abandoned baby. Oh, I love that
baby's
pattern.
hanging there by herself up there. We got a couple gaps then. We got a gap below and a gap above right there.
Yeah, that's always the name. Just like Harami is like pregnant woman. Yeah. So like some of these have really weird names and origins, but for those who don't know, right, abandoned baby is just a candlestick that has a gap on both sides. So like you can see right here, gap up and then gap back down. So big gap up on some strong news and a gap back down. It's supposed to be a pretty strong reversal type pattern, just showing that a lot of people potentially got sucked in and then, reverse back out. We do have the SPY down a little bit here off the open, just pulling back into, this is the range that I've drawn like a couple days ago. I drew it back at this on this Wednesday, and then Tuesday. So then Wednesday we spend the whole day inside it, and it looks like we're coming back down to test it now. Are we just going to fall right back into this name? I hope not. I certainly hope not.
USO is recovering nicely. Nice little trade there with the oil overextension.
Just sold half of my APLD swing there, hit triple digits. I'm taking some profits into this first rip of the day. I'm like, you know what? Just take some profits, give yourself some cushions. As I see the Qs tank down, I'm like, yeah, let's just take some cushion here and make sure that we're not just getting caught in a spike there and, giving up gains, right? So good action here out the gates there. Not looking too bad.
The SPY's leaking down a little bit to that level. Oh, I've got one trade on the go here. Stop's not working. I got to fix that today. Short in Amazon. That's the first trade from the bot this morning on this kind of opening range break here. I need to go yell at Claude. I'll be right back. That's usually how it works. I just like, Claude, come on. Where's my stop losses, my dude?
Yeah, man.
You're supposed to be adding those in to fix my code.
What are we seeing lift here? Oil, USO out the gates up to 148. So if you're wondering why we're seeing a little bit of that pullback. Industrials, though, farm and heavy construction, a trade that I'm looking for. Deere is starting to push there. Cat pushing strong. I'm looking for USO to come back down. Deere is one name I like today. I'm going to take a shot here.
Yeah, Amazon continuing to sell here. SPY ticking lower, getting back inside this range just to annoy, I think, the most amount of people possible would be us like ending up at 710 today. So right back under that 712, and this line is just the low roughly of the last couple days here, right inside this zone. And if we get back in there and we hang out, that to me, like I talked about, eventually the market's going to get bored. Eventually it's going to go, okay, I'm just going to ring the register, take some profits on some things, because this is just ridiculous that we can't move.
I like fuel cell here testing the 1217 level that can hold.
I talked about fuel cell. The only thing is we are seeing plug get a nice little pullback. That's the one I'd like to see catch the 90 MA on the pullback. But those are like the speculative name in your IPP trade. It's also electronic components, but to tell you the truth, those are trading like BE. Those are trading with, it's like BE, they consider an electronic component, but really it's more of an independent power producer. So I'd put this in that basket now. You can also trade that with GNRC. And you're seeing GNRC get a new high today, kind of turning around. That could be a little bit of a potential short. Of course, I had earnings pop, so look for a potential reversal there. I don't know if you like those types of trades, but if you do, that looks set up. Looking to add on Deere pullbacks. I have Added trades today, guys. I've added VST long, XLV long, Deer long. I'm seeing my CEG continue to push strong. So VST makes me feel confident. I could add to that one. I do have an add ability waiting for pullbacks. Just seeing that continue to lift, trying to see triple digits and take some profits into the rip in CEG. CEG is a classic trade here for me. This is exactly how I want to have the 90 MA. You know why? I asked AI yesterday, would this have been the perfect trade for the setup? Would we have gotten in? Are we looking good for CEG? Exactly. I got the double thumbs up from Claude. So he said, this is exactly the trade you're talking about and exactly the trade you're trying to get after. So good action there. This is why I'm talking about, like, for the subjective traders, Michael, maybe it makes sense just as a trading coach, right? Like, it's just telling you, yeah, you're doing the right things here, kid.
Good. I like that.
You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to always be, if you don't have to go, if you're subjective, you can stay subjective, but still have some type of mechanics behind how you're doing things, right? So
yeah,
those traders out there, they're like that,
Again, I always make the argument there are no profitable discretionary traders. It's just whether or not they know they're systematic. That's the thing. It's like, you look at someone, and I always use Brian Shannon as an example because I've chatted with him about systematizing his stuff, and he's like super anti it. But I'm like, you've been doing the same thing for like 30 years. You come in, you look at the same charts, you look at the same setups. You do you are a systematic trader. You're just the bot instead of
yes,
exactly
pushing it to a bot. 100%. Right?
USAR, look at that 90 EMA recovery. I couldn't grab it because it already rocketed out the gates there. Nice recovery there. CRML, APLD was one of my 90 EMA recoveries. That's looking great. Qualcomm on the dip. That's an interesting one. Google on the dip. Didn't I kind of warned you guys, be careful for those big boys takedowns. That's just positioning, though. That's just the classic, guys, go sell a couple million shares here, and then we're going to buy big in the afternoon. So get ready, boys. I think that's the type of day we're in for. And Jane, what do you think about that? As my position expert, I'll call you. As you come in here, you talk about the big money levels. Where are the big money levels that we should be looking at today, Jane?
Checking out, we did talk about them earlier, but looking right now.
I wasn't here, and I need your information. I need your edge. You need it.
Awesome. All right. So when we're looking at the SPY, we're still hanging out at 1710. I'm just looking to see if we had any crazy big trades. We did have big trades hanging out at 715 and 714. Yesterday it was smaller. So since we are up above them, we want to keep that in mind that, hey, we have everything below us. But what is a little, I mentioned this to Michael, was that what is a little weary, sorry, I've got a truck behind me, is that RSP is showing a bit of a sell-off, whereas Mag 7 and Qs are really to the upside. So the broader market, Russell 2000 is starting to see selling. The RSP, the equal weight, we're still below 201.96 is their level. We're at 201.13. So as long as we stay below that, it's giving me that broader market sentiment is pulling back. And it's just the mags that are keeping the Qs and SPY topping.
Oh, I'm feeling good about
Makes sense.
Good old cannabis. I will be watching for that SPY action there. Can we get it? Also,
and just noticing real quick that we've got the SPY has been kind of pulling back off the open. It came in that zone, a little bit of a bounce now. But if you look at the RSP, has just been ripping right from the open. Little pause, new highs today. So the really strong there. IWM really strong there. The average stock having a great time. Like we've been talking about, the Mag 7 is down 1.36%. So it's kind of shows us, we saw it last quarter as well. I remember talking about it here. Don't really need these guys as much as we used to. There's this world in which these Mag 7 names are just not doing well, and the rest of the world just doesn't care, and the market just continues higher. That's where we are right now. So that's great. That's what you should, if you are, the only 7 stocks ruining the rule of the market and blah, blah. If you're that guy, here's your evidence that we don't need that. The Mag 7 can be down, and then we can have the SPY up even, which is impressive. The Q's flat, but RSP, your average stock, up. We can have IWM up. Let me get the breadth numbers here off the jump on my old FinViz.
Mm-hmm. I'm still watching Fuel Cell. It bounced off of that 12 level, got a little entry in, and looking for this to potentially get back up to 1450. That's going to be my target for take profit up there. So
we have about 56 to 57% advancers over decliners. So that's it's just showing you, right? We don't necessarily need these guys. These guys can go down and the rest of the market can go up. I'm like, good. Oh, tax talking about the who shall not be named, the MSTU. You're back, are you? I've still, right? We talked about it. I still got it. I still got it. It's just hanging out there. I'm actually worried about holding. I don't like holding the leveraged ETFs this long because there's just that natural
USO
degradation.
spiking, guys. USO spiking.
So, USO, you said?
Yeah, USO.
Oil.
A little push there. It's trying to get right back through the highs. So just to mention that, that's it's literally on my middle screen in front of me. It's that important today, I think, to continue to watch this.
So I've got my oil up in the background.
Normally, I stop paying attention, but look at the XLE's reaction today. That's different than what we've been seeing. So remember how I told you about the relationship with XOM could shift? Like there was going to be some type of, one was going to give. Either the stocks are telling us something or USO is telling us something. We're starting to see a little bit of some strength coming right back into oil. And then what are you seeing from XOM? An undercut and rally here. That could be a telling sign, right? So I might go with an even XOM trade. I don't think USO is the one that's right, but man, price action's telling me otherwise now.
Did you say an XLE or an XOM trade?
So XLE essentially is XOM, man. Just
right. Yeah. No, I know.
Right?
That's what I was wondering because you're talking about oil.
It's fun. That's why I'm watching for that divergence to play in here. The USO with XOM. If you overlay it, you'll see the divergence. We could do the overlay look. I'll set that up right now.
Because right, a lot of people. So for the audience, right, they look at XLE and they think it's going to be energy that's inside the ETF, but it's not. It's energy stocks. So it is, Chevron, Oxy, Exxon, all these type of names. So when you're looking at XLE, you're looking at not the commodity itself, but the guys who are going to like benefit from the commodity. So I don't even know what Exxon's weighting is, but I bet you it's huge. Let me ask Perplexity here. I bet you it's like most. What's Exxon weight in XLE? I bet you.
Oh, you can get it right at Stock Analysis.
Yeah, but then I gotta go and I gotta load up the site. I'll just tell I've got a hotkey on my Mac.
22.39%.
Yeah, 22. Yeah, I got 22.42, but it's probably the same. I just have a hotkey and I love it. I've got a caps lock P and it just opens up a Perplexity window and I just ask whatever I want. Away it goes. Speed. And then so the other ones are going to be if your stock is 22% of your index, you can kind of just trade the stock. You're not going to get a difference there. You'd have to have the other 80% of stocks move. But if you look at the rest of them, right, 17% Chevron, 7% ConocoPhillips, 4%. So even if you just took Chevron and Exxon and put them together, that's like what, 40% of the index?
Yes.
That's enough, right? That's enough. That's all that matters, right? But
looking real good today. I'm seeing green across the board here on my trades. This is when I start to get a little bit weary, right? It's like, so I take some profits because it's just like everything I'm buying right now with the SPY going down and the Qs going down is actually green. So might be in the right areas, but watching for the action, watching for a little bit of a pullback. There was an alert for me on NVTS that I couldn't buy because I'm out of buying power. But that trade setup looks interesting. NVTS, $15 stock, semiconductors. I've been looking at these cheaper semiconductors also because I think you're seeing an overall lift. But I see you on Lily there. I got XLV. It's jumping back and forth here.
Well, I just noticed, right? XLV is up 1%, but then UNH is actually down. And I looked at my swing portfolio.
It's,
I'm like, oh,
ETF effects, man. ETF effects. So if Eli Lilly is up so high, they'll sell another component to balance it out. So that's just ETF effects playing in, Michael. I would look for that to kind of go unwinding towards the afternoon time. You'll see it start to kind of play back in if it is ETF effects.
But yeah, I just wonder if I want it, because we've been talking about this for God knows how long, Mitch, but how much I want to buy the XLV. And this might be the day. This is the cool thing, right? If you're here every day, we've chatted about this and kind of what I want to see. And I said, hey, if we break under this low and we reclaim that quickly, that's my trade. And I thought it was going to happen on one of these days, and it didn't. It was by the end of the day, it was kind of flatter down. So if we hold here, you just know I'm going to be long XLV. I'll probably grab some long dated options or something like that and just buy a bit worth, because I love this setup. You guys know how much I love. You take something that you like anyway, and you get that kind of dip and then the rip back through. So that's what I need, is just a close. So just follow me right near the close. Just look at this, and you'll know I'll be buying it. So I'm setting in a reminder, which is important to just do right now, and just say, okay, just remind yourself to say, hey, if this is gonna happen, buy it. If not, get out. And that's what we're seeing there in XLV. So it's got to hold. So we need Lily to hold, essentially. Trying to see, is there a better vehicle for this? Like, I'm just thinking options, because these are going to be kind of quicker trades, but I don't know. Is there a leveraged? I think we looked and there was, but it was like incredibly illiquid. Leveraged XLV ETF. Yeah. RXL, it's saying. But I think we looked at this and there was just like no volume, which is fine for a swing. Yeah, look at that. Look at that's the 5-minute chart. If you can't see the 5-minute chart, you might not want to trade it. So I'll look at what the spreads are.
There's nothing on it.
It's just like this isn't even trade by appointment. This is just people forgot about this entirely. That also worries me a bit too, because this ETF is likely not going to exist soon. So it could be tomorrow for all I know, because if no one's trading it and no one's owning it, then the ETF maker doesn't make any money off it. And the ETF business is a crappy one anyway. So they might get rid of that. So I'll probably just do XLV options instead if we hold.
Tech trade turning a little bit. Might sell that APLD. It might just be a pop that I just get rid of into the day. It's a good trade really fast. Sometimes I don't mind just taking the money and running.
You're a little quiet there, Mitch.
Sorry about that. Sorry where my mic is placed.
You need a headset. I'm watching a MasterCard here to see if it's going to fail and break down.
I mean, I still got a headphones, right?
I'm thinking of doing one of those lapel deals. I've seen those.
Yeah, the Cavalier mics.
I can be moving. I'm getting a sit-stand desk finally again. My last one broke, that's why I've been sitting for so long. So yeah, I could have my sit-stand desk, have my lav mic going. I just run all over the place. You guys have to catch up to me while I'm talking.
You get a walking treadmill too. You could put on. You could stand on it.
Michael, you get I think the Osmos 3, and it's a little like AI little sit-down little camera. And you sit it down on your desk, and then it'll follow you around while you're talking. So you don't even have to worry. You can just, keep doing your thing, and it just, just following you around, and you're just
creepy enough. The webcam I have now, one of the reasons I bought it, it's got a little metal cap that I can put. I just don't. I know that no one's gonna hack into my MacBook and watch me just sit here and work. That would be the most boring thing in the world for the poor hackers. Dude, that guy's been there for 8 hours and just typing on his keyboard the whole time. But I don't know. It still just weirds me out. But healthcare. Oh, another one. Cure. Someone's messaged me. Cure. this one better? Cure. Dextron Health Daily Healthcare 3X ETF.
No. Still no volume, really.
Come on, Degens. Why are you not trading these healthcare leverage names? Like,
you can do, if you want something leverage, I think a quality leverage. It's not pure healthcare, but biotech, LabVIEW.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cure.
And then there's also just Lilly. Like, I know I could just do Lilly directly as a leveraged.
Yeah, you could just trade Lilly, man. Lilly moves fast enough, man. It moves 100 points in a day sometimes. It has a 28.86 ATR. So just think about that, guys. It moves on average a day. It's going to have a range about 28 points. Yeah, I think it moves enough, you know. You don't have to trade Lilly X, dude.
Well, for me, it's just buying power. So, like, if I look down at my swings, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 on.
I mean, if you're holding it for the day trade,
RXD?
then I understand. For the swing, I still like the regular vehicle. Those leverage ones would get you in between, man. I think they're great for day trades. Don't get me wrong. You know that the stock's hot. Yeah, go trade the leverage, right? Like if especially you're day trading, that makes some sense to me. But on the swings, I still say that those are the ones that stop me out the most. When I've gone after the regular vehicles, I've gotten better trading. Even
look at
if it's
XLF
smaller
here.
size.
This might be right up your alley, Mitch. I plotted your 9 EMA on there. Look at XLF, pop right back.
Oh, I actually talked about that today. I talked about the two areas, the broadening out of the rally, going to XLF, going to XLI, and going to XLV. What's happening today, guys? You're pretty much seeing that action, right? Utilities, though, pushing. And what's leading utilities? Is it independent power producers? You know it. You know it. This is why you come right here. Again. The one and only Money Mitch.
Watching USO here again to see if it can break out above that 148 level.
XLV breaking highs. Let's go. Let's go. Sound that alarm.
Yeah, this is a good chart to me too. So I might be, and it's funny because if I look down, a lot of my names are boring already. So I might just be adding a whole bunch of boring names. So like XLF, we know these are leveraged and they're liquid, FAS and FAZ. You can trade those, right? Again, the reason I'm looking for the leverage, I know I say this all the time, but for new people, I should reiterate, is not so I can make 3 times the money. It's that I can use 1/3 of the capital for the same return, right? If I'm risking $1,000 on any trade, if I put the stop at the low of the day on FAS and I put the stop at the low of today on XLF, they'll both hit at the same time, right? So it's just whether or not you want to apply all of your capital. Say, you know, if I wanted to put 10 grand into it and I'll risk $1,000 if I'm wrong, it's a 10% risk, right? Well, I can put in 3 grand and lose $1,000 if I'm wrong. So I might as well put in the 3 grand. That either gives me more buying power to make other trades, or it just gives me more cash to sit on the sidelines and have accruing small amounts of interest while it sits. Same reason, you know, I know an options trader who usually he'll have up to 50 positions on the go at once, and he still has over half of his account always sitting in cash. And that makes him feel better, right? Because he just goes to sleep every night in cash.
MasterCard looks like it's ready to crack.
Yeah, go to sleep in cash, baby. 471.9 EMA on MSOS. Can we recover 5 and get parabolic today? I'm feeling hot. Let's go, MSOS. I'm feeling like we need to get high. You know what they say, don't get high on your own supplies, right?
Whatever this BAX. This is a new
the good
strategy
old
that I'm working on.
Jesse's girl. Jesse's girl. We need it. We need to have a little bit of an intro for you, my friend.
That was it. That should be the intro every day. Sing that to me, Mitch. Every day I'm on here.
I got you. Don't worry. YouTube, you can charge me a couple. Send me the bill.
It's okay as long as you sing it. It's if you play it in the background. That's when the issue is.
when you look at the accounts and you're seeing nothing but green, you're just like, yeah, I'll pay for it, you know?
Yeah, sure. No, I've heard actually YouTube will start. They're actually starting to like crack on people that will even sing sometimes. I've heard some big name podcasters have actually said,
it's
I know, but it's the lyrics. Yeah, it's the lyrics.
Well, and it's probably all done AI, right? It's probably 100%
transcripts.
That's right. Robot goes through and just scans it.
It's not how good you sing it.
Just hit the pause button on the mic every other second. All right, guys, I'm going to be out. I'm in a nice MasterCard short. So have a great one. Good mantra.
Hey, get it.
Peace. Man, I didn't till Jesse came here. I was like, today's been going quick. It surprised me.
10 a.m.
And then all of a sudden I slow it down. That's crazy. I can't believe it. I get on and the SPY goes literally back to 7-11. So annoying. That's where I left it yesterday.
I know. Look, so this is the same box that I've had on all week, and we're right back into it. You cannot leave. So now it's good time to theory craft. So what do we need? What's going to kick us out of here? What is
to sell some CEG here? Trying to sell some CEG. Can we get some more cash, some more green on the day? Let it rain today, baby. Cash at 308. Can I get some here? From CEG's 297.69 entry. Let's go. Let's see if we can get some 308s. Come on, it's right there. Come on, it's on the offer. It's on the offer. Let's go. Get me that sell. There he goes up there towards 308.13. And we got it, baby.
Boom.
You can see it on my screen here. We fly to my screen right quick. We can see that sell there. You guys see it. Boom. Some nice sell there. CEG. Good cash in. And we cashed APLD. We're doing great today, guys. We're pushing up the account. That's what it's all about.
That's beautiful.
Especially the eValve. One of the things that I figured out a little bit more, and I keep thinking about it more and more, is like when you're having like the funded accounts, I kind of understand being in more of that longer term swing mentality, right? That I like to get to. But in the eValve, I've been thinking more and more. There's times where I get these just like quick little jumps in unrealized, and I'm thinking more and more, just take the money and run. Just take the money and run. Take the money and run. Take the money and run. It just gives you cushion. And really in the eValve, that's all you need, cushion, because the whole fear kind of goes away in the eValves. You shouldn't really have fear too much in eValves because it's just your buy-in, right? The money that you're putting into the account, right? So you shouldn't have that fear. So instead, use that advantage that you get here at Trade the Pool, the advantage of having the prop firm behind you, right? That you don't have to worry about them coming after you, and you take your money when you get it, right? And then on pullbacks, well, yeah, you just look for the next trade, right? And I'm thinking more and more in that mentality. And so trying to figure out ways to use that. And then I understand, yeah, some trades we do want to hold on, right? Like I've been in MSOS now for like 6 days, like something like that, right? But just some trades, if you get that quick lift and you're getting that quick reward, like let's say on my ARM trade last night when it started hitting $500 and I was telling our WhatsApp chat that I needed a pretty green little candle, and there it goes. The market started getting green and I just took my out, right? Take your out sometimes. In this market, it kind of gives you that nice benefit, especially the eValves. It's a little bit different, right? If you're trying to stack up cash on a swing, but not a bad sell there. CEG, good rip from 297.69. And then at this point, now that I have that first sell on CEG, I'm just going to hold off the 9 EMA. So as long as the 9 EMA doesn't break, I'm in the trade. That's going more towards the structure that I'm developing with the bot that I'm essentially building right now. So nice. I'm trying to like do the trades subjectively of the system that I built right now.
Nice.
Yeah, well, and right, that's talk about it all the time. You can systematic trading is like a spectrum, right? You don't got to go full like crazy man like me. Like the robot takes care of everything. I don't touch a button. Now eventually, what I see with Mitch is a little gateway drug, right? A little, you pull back the curtains and go, and then eventually, because that's what happened with me. What happened was I would have this kind of trade ideas scan for a system I had back tested, and it worked pretty well, but I kind of layered my own discretion on it. And then I just slowly, all I would do is I'd sit there and I'd wait for the scan to go, boom, buy this symbol. And then I would take a look at it and I'd buy it. And I found like 9 times out of 10, I was just doing what the system said anyway. So then eventually then you go a little bit more with the gateway drug and you're like, well, like, why am I sitting here
right now?
Right? Why am I sitting here? Right? So it's a good start. And that's why I always tell people who are interested in systematic trading is like, you don't go right off the bat and buy a back tester and learn how to code it and spend thousands of dollars on data and blah, 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 blah. You just take the first step, and the first step might be, here you go. And the cool thing about what you're doing is that you're taking the discretionary entry is to be able to scan for these stocks. Especially, I know you use TC2000. Real simple to find stocks that have, right, either that have broken the EMA to the downside, now they're above it. So that's like step one. And now you've just filtered your whole universe of tens of thousands of stocks down to like 20 ideas. And then you just record them, and then you slowly keep figuring out the bad ones, and you just get rid of them, right? So that would be the next step, as I would say.
That scanner is essentially where I'm building the watch list. So instead of creating a watch list, I told myself, Mitch, you got to build a good enough scanner to find these. If you're not building a good enough scanner, then it's not a watch list. I don't want it to be where I'm having to add these. I want it to be where I can scan and find them. If I'm not being able to scan and find them, then how is my algorithm going to find it? Right.
Well, and you're always just going to look back and say, oh man, that was a perfect setup, but I missed it. Oh man, that was a perfect setup and I missed it. Oh, and you're just like, you're constantly looking back. But yeah, if you have something that here's the names, go from there.
Qualcomm on that list. And have you seen Qualcomm off their 9 EMA yesterday? Everyone sold it off on Tuesday because they were like, oh, it sold off on OpenAI, going to make OpenAI's phone. Oh my God, such bad news. And then what happens yesterday? That thing just went parabolic.
Right? Michael called it too on the earnings call. He was like, hey, you guys have the big four. Where's QCOM at? And it turns out QCOM was the darling child. The daily green candle looks like Luke Skywalker's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi.
You know what the best part is? The earnings weren't even that great.
but it moved.
Yeah, that's the fun part. That's life, man, and that's trading, right?
Well, and what we were talking about on the show is that, like, I went into the show and I was basically like, what I don't want to see is the one hardware name kill it, and then the rest of them were essentially software names. Amazon, you could kind of put in the middle. I'm like, if the software names get killed and the hardware name kills it, then it's just Groundhog Day all over again, right? Buy hardware. And that's exactly what happened, right? In most cases, this was the shining example. So Apple will be the interesting maybe tiebreaker on some of these. Like if Apple comes in, like Mag 7 is down 2%, the MAGS ETF's down 2% here right now. And like, what else could save us? Apple? That's about it. I just don't know what else for an exciting bit of anything could even end up happening, right? If we get Apple to come in and say, okay, everything's good, light it up, maybe.
But do you think after what we saw yesterday,
financials looks great here too. XLF looking great, man. I'm fighting myself because I'm just like, where can I find buying power? I'm like, yo, what do I sell so that I can buy this? Because this is a beautiful 9 EMA recovery, and I think the financials are coming back. I like JPM if you wanted a stock itself, but look at JPM today is telling sign, and I've been looking for these banks to start getting the lift. And you guys know me. I move back and forth in the financial space. It's not like I'm always positive on this, but now this hold, sideways consolidation, that hold right there today, when you see it like, 330s, don't be mad at me, because what happens is that you can get accumulation, right? Like this Wix, some people would think this is like, oh, this is people scared here. No, these are people positioning here. These are people like any dip here just gets bought, right? So that those levels have really been positioned in on around let's say the 305, the 307. So someone's probably big below 310. You can think about it that way. right? And at that point, you look to see them ride the stock. That's the way I always try to think. Where's big money positioned? That's why you see Jane think about it too. You hear talk about it. That's the way I also think a lot of the times. That's why I'm watching rotation, right? So let's see how USO is performing, because I thought that was a major tell today. And look how USO is now we're starting to get a little bit of some pullback, right? So let's see what happens. XOM has been actually more positive today than USO has been. That's the red line that you're seeing overlaid there. So I'm watching that action on XOM to see which divergence gives here. You see how the red line is at the bottom, and you see how USO went back up. So right here, XOM gave us a signal that it was starting to come down, and then USO gave us a signal coming down, right? But then we got this lift off in USO, and XOM barely lifted, right? Barely lifted. So I'm watching which one gives, right? Are we going to see maybe a reversion to the mean? That could also be an interesting one. But I think one relationship gives. Either USO starts to tank or XOM continues to climb. And then that's because USO is breaking out above, like, let's say 152. So we'll see what happens there, guys. Just a trade that you guys can watch, how I watch rotation, divergence, and what to look for. Let's go to some maybe outlook on Jesse. What are you looking at today, Jess?
Yeah, I can share my screen as well.
Let's go.
Let's do it. So share screen. Let's do this and this.
XLV I was looking. Pushing, man. Let's go. Good day.
All right. All right. Tell me if you can see it. Should be able to.
Get it up in just a second.
Yep.
SPY trying to bounce off this 71150 zone again. We've hit this like 3 times now, so maybe. But yeah, everything's just kind of been completely given up the ghost here, just right off the open, bleeding back down into.
I'm seeing the wrong shared screen, Jesse. Just a heads up.
Purgatory. Yeah, we can't escape now. I am starting to see some chatter come out from Trump, so maybe he's going to talk somewhere.
Trumpster. Oh, don't untaco us, man.
Well, that's
Untaco.
Like nothing crazy happened on the weekend, and please, Apple, just say AI, just open up the really fool the algos, right? Turn on the mic and just start saying AI over and over and over and over again.
Well, don't worry, we have a preview. I have an Apple preview video coming up. We're bringing the preview videos here, and we're doing the earnings streams later. I thought that made sense. Why not? Right?
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
So stick around, guys. We'll do that, and we can play that.
Boom.
We can do some education Jesse. Too. If you have anything, Michael, you want to cover, but just thought I'd also have that ready if we needed it.
Beautiful. All right, you guys can see this.
Got you, my friend.
Great. Awesome. Okay, so Amazon, a lot of profit taking this morning from yesterday's high. I played a couple of shorts down here. I waited a little too long. I wish I had gotten in. Michael said that he had played one. I wish I had played up here a little bit more. It just continued to drop, and then we consolidated. We kind of stayed below that 9 EMA and have been consolidating ever since. I thought we might break to VWAP and then maybe above. We did some curling, but I'm kind of just sort of waiting for Amazon at the moment. We tapped yesterday's low and haven't gone any further. So I don't know what we're going to do just yet, but I'm continuing to watch Amazon. One other stock I wanted to highlight, I don't know if you guys mentioned this morning, but I just feel like it's really impressive, CRWV. This stock a month ago was in the $60 range, and we have bumped all the way up to a high of 125s with this. And I'm not trading it right now, but I am watching it today because it is just continually going up and bumping up. So I'm watching that, as well as INTC. INTC had earnings, and it continues to also climb higher. And it's dumped a little bit today, but I'm still watching that as well. So that's kind of on my watch list and what I've been trading, at least this morning. As far as swing is concerned, Poet continues to fall, and I just want to find a floor again and figure out a way to see where it's going to get to before I commit anymore. It had such a downfall from 1562 from the other day. I'll probably wait for a news catalyst, honestly, before I swing on this one again. So that's kind of where I'm That's what I'm looking at today.
Yeah, that poet got murdered.
Destroyed.
That was like just, oh yeah, we don't have any contracts anymore, and just boom.
Bye.
And those are one of those things. That's what scares people off of swing trading. Just a news event that no one could see coming, and there ain't no technical pattern, and just boom. But the way I look at it is that over the life of your career, if you're trading these things small enough that not one of them can knock you out of the game, just as many times you're going to get a rub like that where you get a real crap news event, you're going to get the other side. You know, you're going to get a company that gets bought out, or you're going to get a company that like scores a big contract or something like that. So just, you know, if you are trading small enough and then you just kind of look over the life of a trading career, yeah, every now and then, if you're holding stuff overnight, every now and then the CEO is going to, I don't know, get hit by a truck, or right, something horrible is going to happen that no one in the world could ever predict, and your stock's going to gap down 20-30%.
Right.
It's going to suck.
With Poet, that's exactly what happened. It was in the pre-market that it just cratered and fell.
Yeah, and then what you do is you go, that sucks, and then the next time you get the next time you get a lucky one, you have to like drill that in your brain too and go, okay, that one sucked, but now this one, so it's like you don't feel like an idiot when you're holding the crappy one, and don't feel like a genius when you're holding the good one. Just, right, you're doing what you can when it comes to everything you can control, and then you just got to know you're in the markets. So there's a whole area of other things that can just happen at any time. You know, could be holding a great stock, something bad comes out, you know, bad thing comes out, but.
All right. Well,
yeah, Amazon continuing to dip.
Did your screen get down, Jesse? I think maybe.
Oh, did it? Do we have another screen up?
Oh, yeah, we got
put
something
mine
up
up
here.
right now.
Mitch is up here, but
Mitch is up.
Yeah,
okay.
SPY just
MSOS, baby. Can we go? Can we go?
Well, we need I think you need the SPY
XLV,
to dig in
man.
just a bit.
XLV. Look at that. That's looking great.
Ooh, yeah. Just please hold, so I can start buying some. You know, don't do any crazy. You know, midday. Trump goes on into another healthcare rant. The thing just drops back down.
All right, this is looking great, man. This is what we've been waiting for, Michael. Now just yell at me not to sell.
Just don't. You know, like, especially if you got XLV, look, you put your stop. This is what I'm going to do.
This is what you want to see, right?
Put your stop at 142, and you put your stop at 142, and you just turn it off for a while, right? Especially if you're using, just a little bit of a shout out to Trade the Pool, you could hold for a limited amount of time in these, and the only time that you've got to sell your swing is during earnings. Guess what doesn't report earnings? XLV. So
XLV.
You could just be an investor in this thing.
And what do we want to see? A broadening out of the rally and drug manufacturers, the big boys. What's lifting today? AbbVie. I told you guys that would be one name I'd watch. I just went after the XLV to try to diversify there, but Bristol Myers was a beautiful setup. Look at that move right now. I'll show you guys this right now. Let's look at this. Oh, look at that chart. Oh, that was a pretty one.
That is good.
Yeah.
Look at the hourly.
Jeez.
Bristol Myers. I get what were the two names I gave? I said AbbVie and Bristol Myers, right? Look at this. Look. Oh. AbbVie. Oh. It's one of those days. This is one of those days, Jesse, where it's like I'm in the zone and there's gonna be something that's gonna snap it out. So I start to cash. Like run to the cash. This is one of those Reddit type of days, right, Michael? Where it's like if you feel like posting pictures, you might want to take some money and run.
If you feel like posting pictures, don't.
There's many things to not take away from Wall Street Bets, but one of my favorite things that like little DGen community has, they have a saying that if it's good enough to screenshot, it's good enough to sell. I love that as
right there. That clip right? that's a clip right there, traders.
Yeah, someone will always come in and they'll post, "Oh man, look at this thing! I did great," and just someone will come out and say, "Listen, right?
Be careful.
Take the money. Now that you've now that you made it public,
money.
now that you've shared that thing,
take the money and run.
Get out. You know,
QCOM continuing to climb 179s right now. It just is continuing to bump up.
And trim the weeds, right? I'm tightening down on my ALB trade as much as I like it. Why risk today when I have other positions all in the green? Sometimes it's like that, right? Like, why open a new risk and go to a trade that you're like struggling, especially in the swing? You guys see it in the bottom here. You guys see what, 5 positions in the green. I don't need to be like worrying about other positions.
One great, again, The Unknown Market Wizards, I think, is the book. And someone great from that is Peter Bryant. You can still find him on Twitter. Dude's been trading for 50 years. So he's 60, I think, actually, years. He's like 80s, like late 80s. And he's still trading the same thing. He's one of the oldest school like pattern traders, like Head and Shoulders, cup and handles, and he just pure pattern on generally commodities. And he always has a rule that if his thing's down on Friday, he kills it. And the idea is it gives him the whole weekend. And if he still likes it back on Monday, and again, he's been doing this for like 50, 60 years, and he's like, there's maybe 3 times I can think of where, you know, I killed the red trade on Friday and something crazy happened on the weekend and it would have been great. He's like, the other 50 years of doing it, it's been great for like a mental kind of thing. And that's the main reason he does it, because Friday's just an arbitrary day. But he's just like, it's not working. So it's the same concept of, if you're looking and everything's working except one guy, probably get rid of that one guy. And it's the opposite of what most people will try to do, which they would like average into the one that's losing and like really focus on trying to repair that bad trade.
Yeah.
And then you spend your whole time chasing junk, as opposed to, you know, freeing up capital to find a new thing that hopefully will work like all your winners are working.
I'm not reading that one, but I'm reading another Schwager book, and it's really good. The subjective viewpoints that they all have, they're all a little different, but there's so much to glean and to take away from these guys with all of this experience.
I'm pumped for the new one. I think it's out soon. I think it's out in a couple of weeks. So maybe we'll do something
BST picking up
here on the channel, like an education segment about that. But yeah, we'll do something, because the new one's coming out. It's got Lance, who's like the world's best prop trader. It's got the Short Bear. It's got
Money Mitch.
It's got Quagamali. I keep screwing that guy's name, but he turned like 10 grand into 100 million.
That's a slow Tuesday for Money Mitch.
One day, boys. One day. One day, boys.
One day.
That's
see me in there.
Yeah, Smoke Tuna saying.
Smoke Tuna, there it is. Yeah, go ahead.
He's saying most trading books are show off. That's great. That's right, and that's why I really love the Market Wizards, is because to get into a Market Wizard, you have to send him third-party audited, like 10-year financial statements. Say, here, this is Deloitte and Touche audited of my returns. You just can't go, I made a couple great calls. Like, you'll never see any of that stuff in there, because to get in there, it's like you have to go, here is my broker account. For a lot of them, you have to open it up live in front of him, and he goes through it and looks at it. So there is no one shows up in the Market Wizards who doesn't have an insane, verifiable, trackable, audited track record. So when you're looking for books to read and stuff, it's why you'll hear a lot of real traders talk about those. The Market Wizards books is because to get in it, you're just not some dude who made a couple good calls on Twitter, right? It's like, here, show me the actual trades, or shut up, move on. You know,
they're authentic.
And that's why I love them.
Yeah, they're really great.
You know, it's a good day when the stocks do that runaway look. So I talked about Deere being a good setup. Well, I got in and I had like orders to add, and it was just like, nope, no, we're not coming back, dude. Sorry. If you want more, you're not getting more, dude. You're lucky you jumped up to the offer and got in, because I jumped in there with a measly 2 shares. And I said, you know what, give me some shares now, because I want something now. So boom, big push there, guys.
Well, even just look at the RSP. right? The average large cap stock is ripping. The SPY is flat on the day, and the RSP is up 0.75%. So it just shows there's so many names up there that are screaming, and it's the Mag 7. The Mag 7 is down 2.25%. It's the big guys that are weighing us, and everything else is rocket ship.
It's why you come here to trade the pool. What did I talk about before the open? Broadening out of the rally. And I'll tell you, because I always keep extra windows up around, and I can tell you there's a stream out there, and I'm not going to name it because I'm not mean, but there's a stream out there that's focused really heavily today on what? On Mag 7 tech names, and they're just getting washed out on longs. Why are they getting washed out on longs? Because you can't always just focus on the easy trade. The easy trade today would be, long some tech, right? But instead, what do you need to be thinking of? What did the tech names give us? They gave us some more certainty in the market, right? More certainty that this bull trade is really alive. So now you shore up the areas of concern. You shore up financials. If anything, I'd be looking at IGV. And I feel like throwing up as I'm saying that. But watch for maybe a potential rip towards the end of the day on IGV as you're trying to shore up the trade here, right? So they're going to go to the pockets of areas to broaden out that rally. So by the end of the day, I should be seeing the XLI, I should be seeing the XLF, I should be seeing the XLV kind of really strong and pushing. And that's exactly what we're seeing. You're even seeing defensive partake in the rally. That's when you know it's an all-out rally, right? Because normally it would be those three, but you're seeing consumer defensive, huge breakout. You can see that with what? The XLP, right? I'll give you the ETFs. Look at that breakout, right? That's not a normal day breakout. That's an extended range breakout, a broadening out of the rally. You're seeing it in the XLU, right? So what is this? This is institutional position. This is not retail that's that smart. Well, some of us in retail, baby, flex. But this is institutional style thinking. This is what you're seeing. This is important. And I think that now what we need to see is, pull back those tech names and wait for Apple's earnings, right? They're going to wait for that. They're going to wait to see that kind of come in, and then we should see some really strong positioning in tech going into the weekend. That's what I'm thinking. So just full out plan, even that leads you into tomorrow, right? So you could see a weak tech day today, and then the strength come right back in after hours.
Yeah, some selling going on QCOM right now, and we're testing that 9 EMA.
Yeah, this MHES, biggest volume candle of the day right here. So you want to take a shot? You can, but you are catching the fallen knife. You're going right down right now.
I want to short this so bad, but I just don't know. It might be at a floor.
The mags, I don't know. Already down 2.5%.
Oh, I was saying
I feel
QCOM.
like the boat. QCOM.
QCOM.
Oof. The strongest name out there, huh? Okay.
Well, I'm not doing it yet. I'm restraining myself. It's just we've had a few, we've had a little bit of selling going on, and we're below the 9 EMA. But I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to see where we're at.
That's like walking up to the biggest dude in the bar and saying,
fight.
"That's the guy I'm gonna fight." Right? You walk past a handful of pipsqueaks, and you find the biggest dude at the bar. You're like, yeah,
that's the one.
You, for some reason,
go outside.
Paying myself a little bit there in the healthcare.
Intel's kind of a little interesting chart here.
It is.
Just consolidating. After such a huge move, I actually have a system that was looking for it to move up a little bit more today to short it, which would be hilarious because I'm long, but.
Breaking out, guys.
Profit taking at the open for Intel. A lot of profit taking.
I'm staying on fire, guys. UAMY. Look at that.
You're in the zone.
Nice 9 EMA. Look at USAR. These are the names you need to be looking at. That's the minerals trade. going strong today. Building materials doing really well. CCJ would be a name I'd look at to start seeing a recovery, and that's starting to recover right now as we speak. Let's go shopping. I like maybe URA also as this has pulled back, right? Some uranium, but I need some pullbacks now. So now it's about, can you come back and give me an opportunity near the lows of today? So we've had this strong drive the first hour of the market. Now I'm starting to look in pullback mode. Come back to me. Give me opportunities on discounted names on the pullback. So that's why I even sold some of the RIP on XLV, because I was like, I might still get the opportunity to add those shares right back. So I'm also looking for the big breakout in MSOS. It's right there, guys. I just don't even want to look. It's like, stop it. Stop. Look at it. It's right there, guys. It's right there. It's like, don't look, Mitch. 5 is going to be important today to recover. We start to recover 5, and look how the chart looks. Right? That looks pretty. Hands off. Sit on it, Mitch. Sit on it. Sit on it, man. Sit on it. That's this position. That's this 8% that you see up here that I'm just itching to take profits on, but I haven't touched a single cent yet. It's been tough, but it's all about positioning, right? You get positioned at the right spot. You feel like you're in a position of strength. You can hold on to that strength, right? Find ways to position in, get into positions of strength. You can hold on certain ones, and you can take profits on fast movers that are giving you profits. APLD was one of those names. Look how it's pulled back now. It's giving me an opportunity to eventually dip by. I sold the RIP on this, right? It got up as high as like 35 above, right? Big push there. Had a good contract, 9 EMA, but it's also in more of that kind of outlook of the AI infrastructure. So I'm getting an opportunity to get it back, right? So we'll see what happens. MSOS 504. Somebody tell me later when MSOS is hitting like 550.
SPY is popping back over that 712 level. Yay. So it's trying to dig in. That's, we've been talking about all day. Everything's been doing great, but we have this anchor of the Mag 7. If that lets go, right now the Mag 7 bouncing pretty well now as well. So if we get to the guys who have been holding us back, if they lighten up, this could be a heck of a day, right? We have the RSP up almost 1% now, so your average large cap stock up around 1%, doing great. Everything else has been dragging about. So if we can switch that, let's make this a great day.
Target. Do I dip on Target today? Oh, Target's one of my calls of the year, man. I don't know if you like Target, but
is it really?
Yeah, it's one of my best calls, man.
Nice.
Just look at the monthly chart on that thing. That thing's been a complete flip, and that's a shout out to my old school friend Tim. So everyone knows Tim here at Trade the Pool. Tim, I hope you're out there cashing on Target. I hope you held, but that's looking great. Target's been on a 6-month, 4-month. What now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months in the green. So monthly charts, guys. So important to sometimes take a peek into. You'll be surprised. And nobody tell me about that MSOS.
MU continues to fall. That one I've not traded it well this week, and I've kind of just been hands off with it. But MU, a lot of profit taking today.
Yeah, it's classic. It's just a profit taking type of day. But don't forget that it could be profit taking and repositioning in. Right, this is how the big boys will do it. They'll take some money off at the open, and then they'll come with the big boy buy, waiting to come in. Right, so. That's what a lot of traders don't understand, why sometimes the market comes down, right? You got to realize that we're trading with bigger hands there. We are not the ones that's probably moving the market, right? Like Michael said, you're not the one probably moving the market, dude. Get over yourself. The truth is that if we can figure out where that type of positioning is, that's what I like to ride, essentially. Yeah, I'm writing themes. Yeah, I'm writing sectors. Yeah, I'm writing industries. But essentially, that's what I'm riding. right, Michael?
Well, and you can only ride themes and sectors when the institutions agree, right? Like I always
when they jump on the trade, right?
There's that fish that rides on the side of whales and just like eats all the stuff that like flies out its mouth. That's us. The whale doesn't know it's there. The whale doesn't care it's there. It's not like the whole thing, oh, the institutions are out to get us. They don't care about your couple shares. They could not care less. They don't know you exist. And again, I've worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years. I've never once I saw a guy in a back room going, oh, I'm going to screw some retail trader out of it. They do not care in any way, shape, or form. So they're just doing their thing. They're making their big bets that are going to last quarters, years, months at like the very shortest time frame. And that creates these trends. And then we're just trying to figure out where they're going next, right? We're the 5-year-old on the soccer field just chasing the ball, right? Just moving from one place to another, trying to go, okay, where do we think these guys are going to go next? And, Mitch, I think, described rotation perfectly. You take money, you're up a ton on a QCOM, you take your profits there, and you redeploy it somewhere else. Because you got to remember, a lot of these funds, institutions are long only in nature, and they have a mandate in which they have to be 99% invested. If you look at them, a lot of these are public. You can go read their documents. They're not allowed to sit in cash. So they're just constantly flowing the money. So if they think maybe QCOM's getting a bit hot, so we're going to trim some, well, they almost instantly, within a day or two, have to redeploy that somewhere else. So they'll go find another sector or area or something that's happening and just kind of move right back, right? So, that's rotation. It's just moving from one. And then the question is, when they're worried about the market, they're generally still not allowed to go to cash, but they go to more defensive assets. So that's why you'll see things like that. If I'm not allowed to sell my stocks and go to cash, and I'm worried about the market, I'm going to buy my Cokes and my Pepsis and my Campbell Soups and these companies that are probably just going to go down still, but they'll go down less than the market does. So the market goes down 20%. My Pepsi will maybe go down 2 or 3%. I'll be hailed as like the hero of my firm. And yeah, it's just one of these over and over and over again. The money just keeps flowing because they're not allowed to sell.
Ding dong. It's coming in, the one and only.
Hey, we doing? Happy neighborhood days, guys. It's like we have a little neighborhood over here, and I love it. I absolutely love it. A little slow in the small cap sector today, but, you can't always get the RDAX of the world every day. So, it's a little bit slower in the small cap world. How you guys doing?
Enjoying life, man. All green on the screen, right? So can't be mad. Can't be mad at all.
Doing well.
Nope. Pushing. I know that you guys been partaking. I think you're going to be part of the earnings stream tonight, aren't you, Josh?
Yeah, today with Apple would be the big dude today.
Yeah, well, I got you something. We're going to go to education mode in just a second here. We'll kick it off in 2 minutes here. 10:40, we'll do a little bit of a video preview of Apple earnings tonight. Give a little bit of a preview for everyone to get ready to watch to see what we're going to get in the earnings tonight. So stick around, guys. We got a good one for you guys. So it's going to be a great day, man. Josh, any other trades kind of working out there for you right now?
Amazon, baby. It's selling off a little bit today, but Amazon's I told Steve yesterday I was going to try to join the live stream yesterday. I said Amazon will be up, mark my words. And I'm glad I didn't join the live stream because in the first it was down. But it eventually did work its way back on up. But I love some Amazon. That's just my long-term investment play. But it essentially came right back to where it started yesterday. And we're seeing that there with these large cappers. At least from yesterday, Meta's the only one that, to me, in my opinion, has had more continuation to the downside, where everything else is really flat, in my opinion, from yesterday. But yeah, it's large caps where it's at today. Small caps have had some fun over the past couple of, I'd say last week. We've had these crazy halt gap movers, Today a little bit slower. We know why. Yesterday, there was a lot of movement and a lot of big earnings to be had. So they're over there today in the large cap sector, and you guys are banking.
Yeah, and not a bad thing to look for. We'll see what happens. I'm watching a trade setup here. I'm looking into a lending club. trade here. And this is one name that actually got me stopped out on this day when I was buying in the 17s, looking for a rip right back up above. This could be a high flyer today, Josh. And the way I call it high flyer, because at the end of the day, it's a $16 stock. If it moves, $2, $3, $4, that's a pretty good significant move, right?
Yeah, that's a move, yeah.
So hey, there's some trade setups up there, and I'll give you guys this one as one to look for. Why? Because it had earnings like this. It pulled back to the 9 EMA, and doesn't this look like a little bull flag, kind of like trickery to the upside? And then all of a sudden they want to bring this back.
Yeah,
there's some upside potential on that chart. We'll see what happens there above 17s if it really starts to ignite back to 18. It could be right back up there to like, let's say 1780s today. That would be a great trade. And in a day or two, passing 19. Right? These are the types of trades that I look at, guys. And
XRX not bad too. Looking at Xerox today, that came out on earnings, and we're seeing this with small cap plays. XRX there, nice, good move. I don't know what it is this year. Usually when you see a small cap play,
let's get the video. But that one's looking good. I'll put this up there so you can see it, and I'll set up the video here. Looking great.
Yeah, like that one. What's weird though, Mitch and guys, I've never seen earnings on small caps run. This has been a new trend this year. If you see a small cap that has a name, F-Fly, B-Fly, and now it's zero. These plays are moving on earnings. Usually we just laugh if they came out with earnings and go, yeah, well, earnings, watch this play dump. They actually are moving up and holding in continuation. So watch that in the small cap game too. I love that play.
Yeah, it's the only thing that I feel the market even cares about anymore is earnings.
Yeah, it's weird.
We don't care about seeming the war anymore. We don't really seem to even care about what Trump says. We don't care about anything. It's just like, okay, show us the numbers. We're sick of the back and forth. We're sick of the chatting. We're sick of all this stuff. We'll just go through earnings and just talk about it, right? And just
completely
whatever's going to happen, right?
Yeah, it's weird. When I first started this, it was like 2016, 2017, 18, whatever. And any of those years, earnings, it's just don't look at them. It'll be dead. It was seemed as when earnings came out, it was just dead. Don't look at, the large cap tickers. And it seemed like small caps would kind of rip then. And now it's like you said, all we want is earnings. Give me earnings, and I want to see these big moves, baby.
Well, and that's normal. It's one of those things that's how it should work. Right. Is that the only thing we should care is what else do we care about is what earnings is. If companies make more money, their stock price should go up. And if company makes less money, the price should go down. So not being too focused on what the chatter is in the market, I look at as perfectly healthy. Right. In fact, it's just the only thing that should matter is that we should nice kind of consistent. Okay, we're making more money, let's go up. We're making less money, let's go down. That type of thing, and just not really care about anything else, right?
So many of these stocks look like one another. The big names today, Google, Amazon, they're just profit taking at the beginning, going down, and then coming up a little, consolidation. Like they all just mirror one another, no matter what the name is with some of these big names.
That's the SPY, my friend. That's ETF effects, right? So you kind of use that, right? Relationships as correlation, right? This is the reason why people trade off of correlation all the time. All right, guys, let's go to Apple. Let's take a look into the stock today, and we'll see what happens with this stock in the after hours. We will have an earnings preview for you guys before the earnings come out. Of course, Apple's one of those late ones. It comes out at 4:30 and the earnings call is at 5. So stick around, guys. It's going to be some action definitely today after hours. Let's go to the video today. Let's take a look to see. We'll go ahead and play this. This is a preview for Apple's earnings tonight.
Apple enters its FY 2026 earnings report, with consensus estimates sitting at $1.95 in earnings per share and $109.7 billion in total revenue. While these figures serve as the benchmark for analyst models, the historical relationship between a headline beat and the stock's immediate reaction has become increasingly decoupled. Looking at the last 8 consecutive quarters, Apple has successfully exceeded Wall Street's EPS estimates every single time. However, the bottom axis shows that the stock price actually declined following the majority of those reports. These declines can be significant. The stock saw immediate drops of 3.82% and 4.87% following previous earnings beats, illustrating a consistent pattern of post-report selling. For tonight's release, the options market is pricing in an implied move of plus or minus 4 to 5%, a range that exceeds the historical average of 3.8%. This suggests that the headline print is no longer the primary driver of price action. Institutional traders are looking past the trailing numbers to price in future growth. Apple currently trades at a 32 times valuation multiple, a level that requires the company to sustain high growth and expanding margins just to maintain its current price. At this level, the market has already factored in a successful hardware cycle and rising profitability. When a valuation is this stretched, any minor negative variable added to the scale can trigger a significant re-rating. Because the trailing Q2 numbers are largely anticipated, the focus of the call shifts entirely to CFO Luca Parecchi's commentary regarding the third quarter. The market is looking for three specific signals: the implied revenue growth for June, the ability to absorb rising component costs, and the strategic roadmap for the leadership transition. For institutional investors, the Q2 headline is simply the entry point. The forward guidance is the actual trade. Apple's revenue structure is a study in contrasting scale. The iPhone generates 51% of total revenue, but services, at just 25%, generates 50% of gross profit. To meet the bull case, iPhone revenue must reach $56.5 billion, a 21% year-over-year growth. Much of that growth is tied to the reported 20% surge in Chinese smartphone shipments. The market will be parsing the data to see if this represents a sustainable recovery in the region or a temporary spike in channel fill. For the services segment, the requirement is a revenue print of $30 billion, while maintaining segment gross margins above 70%. This segment faces specific headwinds, including regulatory costs associated with the EU's Digital Markets Act and a softening advertising market in China. While these segment targets are critical, hitting them is a prerequisite for stability, not a catalyst for a breakout. As is standard practice, Apple will not provide a specific revenue number for the third quarter, leaving the market to interpret the company's growth trajectory from the CFO's tone. Algorithms will scan the call for specific data points. First, implied June quarter growth above 10% validates the hardware cycle, but commentary suggesting growth deceleration below 8% triggers an immediate downward revision. Second, the market is tracking gross margin trajectory against the 48 to 49% guidance. Maintaining that margin requires Apple to successfully manage rising costs for memory and components as they ramp up production for the iPhone 18. Third is the impact of global trade policy. Apple absorbed $1.4 billion in tariff costs in the first quarter alone. With new investigations into Chinese manufacturing under Section 301, the market is looking for clarity on how much additional cost will be baked into the Q3 outlook. Every basis point of margin contraction, or hint of slowing growth in per X language, provides the data point algorithms need to reprice the stock. Beyond the financial metrics, this report is the first since the announcement that John Ternus will succeed Tim Cook as CEO on September 1. The stock fell 2.5% on the initial news of the transition, signaling that investors are closely watching how the change in leadership might impact the company's direction. A primary concern among institutional investors is how this transition will affect the execution of Apple's long-term artificial intelligence strategy. The Street is looking for specific details on the integration of Siri 2.0 and the upcoming AI roadmap ahead of the June Developers Conference. There are also high expectations for the rumored foldable iPhone launch in 2026, which analysts suggest could represent up to $60 billion in annual revenue.
That could be something to look for.
Without concrete signals on
tonight.
These AI and hardware initiatives, the market may find it difficult to justify Apple's current valuation premium. These fundamental scenarios are reflected in the technical chart. Apple is trading at $271, just above its 200-day moving average. The technical setup remains bullish, as the long-term golden cross is still intact. A bull case breakout would require iPhone revenue to exceed $59 billion, alongside a services margin print above 70%. That combination would provide the momentum needed to clear the resistance zone at $288 and move toward new all-time highs. The bear case triggers if margins fall below 47.5%, or if the Q3 guide implies growth less than 8%. In that scenario, the stock would likely break immediate support levels and pull back toward the $246 accumulation zone. Ultimately, the direction of this move depends on the CFO's forward-looking tone, rather than the numbers from the past quarter. This earnings report represents a dense intersection of product cycles, macroeconomic shifts, and a significant change in corporate leadership. The initial price action often reflects the rapid execution of algorithms trading the headline numbers, which frequently misses the broader context. As the historical data shows, simply beating consensus estimates is rarely enough to sustain a rally in this environment. If a strong earnings beat is met with conservative forward guidance, the initial momentum often dissipates into a 3 to 5% decline. With a 32 times earnings multiple, the market expects consistent execution across every segment. Tonight is the test of whether Apple can deliver that certainty.
Boom. We'll see. We will see. Will they deliver the certainty? Will they announce some new products? Will services hit their mark? And one major thing given in my report is look for more CFO conversation than CEO conversation, of course, because there's a new guy taking over, right? But the truth is that he doesn't matter right now. He's going to make impact on the next quarter. The CFO has been there, right? He knows what's kind of turning over here. He's going to give you a lot of insights. So what do? You pay attention to that conference call. That's where you get a lot more insights from the CFO when he takes the earning call and starts to talk, right? So watch for that. All right. We're looking for a big breakout to end the day. Can we get it? I went dip buying some more, guys. I have now 8 positions on and only 1 slightly red.
Wow.
Let's go.
That's amazing.
Look, we go to my screen here. I'll show you guys it here. You guys know I'm fully transparent. I give you guys everything. Entrance there. You guys see it right there. Only 1 in the slight red, which is ALB, but it's slight. And it's only a $10 risk right now in that one. It's like, hey, if it goes, it goes. And it's right there sitting at my entry. So essentially almost green. You guys are seeing it. CEG ripping higher. VST ripping higher. XLV doesn't want to stop. Maybe it was a little bit of a quick sell there, but I just said, you know what? It's that type of day. Pay myself. Looking great there. Deer, big takeoff. I said, you know what? I guess 2 shares is what I'm getting. That's how it goes sometimes. But we'll see what happens there as we push. ALB is going to be one name I'll look for another continued lift. FLNC went dip buying. I said, you know what? If we're going independent power producers, why don't we go looking at the one that's lagged the most? This one's lagged the most. This one's gotten hit the most. I just bought the trash. I went dash for trash and independent power producers. Grab some FLNC here. And then I said, you know what? I'm starting to see tech coming back. You know what? I'm stepping right back into ARM. I bought and sold this last night. I'm willing to step right back in as I'm starting to see tech recover here. And you can see it in the Qs. Look how the Qs are starting to recover off that 660. And you're starting to see now that's coming into play. And like Michael said, if those start to lift, well, we could have ourselves a great day. And Michael, looks like we might be having it.
That's it. Well, that's all we needed to recover here. Now, I had a whole education thing bring up, but my AI is being very disrespectful right now. It's not listening to me. So I still wanted to go over the market maker move stuff. So I want to just do a bit of a chat about that just the end of the day. And I do have a chart up here for the S&P 500 because the reason I wanted to talk about this is because we've been talking a lot about it. It's earnings season. I think it's important. And you got a couple questions from viewers of just, how am I calculating this? These zones for it. We'll talk about that specifically to Apple because that's what's reporting tonight as well. And, what is this? So without going all into options, because I know we're mainly stocks here, but it's important to always remember that stock market's like tiny, right? The options market, way bigger. The, fixed income market, even bigger still, right? The Forex market, the hugest out there. Big doesn't mean the more opportunity, actually, in my opinion, means less. That's why I like trading the smaller markets. But these are the guys this is how a lot of the big guys will express their trades. It's not just in underlying stocks, but in some mix of stocks and options. And part of that is this market maker expected move. Now, like we said about this morning, when I say market maker, I don't mean like 5 guys in a room that control price. That's like a provably false thing that, right, if you subscribe to, I've got a bridge to sell you and some Loch Ness Monster tapes to look at and things like that. But what it is market makers. So people,
can I get those? Can I get those Locky tapes?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll just ask an AI to make the camera all wobbly, make them, and then sell them to you. Sure, but yeah. So how options are priced is like any other financial assets priced, right? That there's a bid and there's an ask, and people decide what that price is based off how much they want to buy or sell. The thing is that the market is really, really smart, based off what's called the Black-Scholes model. So, long story, very short, I always find hilarious when I talk about the Black-Scholes model. It was created by some guy who beat the roulette wheel in the 70s. He had like some device in his foot that he could tap when the thing hit and he could get it enough that he could actually build an edge in roulette. So when he was getting the crap beat out of him in a back alley of Las Vegas sometime, he goes, I need to figure out a market that I can build a system and exploit an edge that they can't beat me up over. So he came to stocks. And this was before the Black-Scholes model even exists. He was the first creator of it, but he didn't tell anybody and publish a paper and ruin everything. He just made millions and millions and millions of dollars because all these options were mispriced. As soon as the Black-Scholes model was public and that was kind of agreed upon that this is the most sensible way to price options, all of a sudden, options kind of idea, right? The options just became fairly priced, and they're all priced around how much volatility is expected in the underlying instrument going forward. So when it comes to the market maker move, it's essentially saying how much volatility are they pricing into the move? And remember, these are the smartest guys in the market, so they get it right a lot. And they're also baking in a little bit of insurance premium as well. So when someone says the market maker expected move, they basically mean how much would the stock have to move to make buying a call and a put at whatever the closing price is profitable the next day. Because 70 to 80% of the time, especially going into a binary event like earnings, that call and the put end up underwater. If you buy both of those, they end up underwater pretty much every single time. So what we're looking at is a range that the whole market has kind of decided through the wisdom of crowds, and this Black-Scholes model has decided this is probably how much this thing is going to move every single day. And 80% of the time, it's going to be within that range. We just know that from historical fact. Think about it as these are what they're willing to sell you the insurance for. And it's not a surprise that earnings is coming up. That's going to inflate the price of this market maker move. So to bring this back to Apple, based off of the price right now, I have these calculated out. Of course, this will change a little bit as we go into the close, but that's 283.87-ish. So call it 284 to the upside, 259 to the downside. So that means any move inside this box in Apple is exactly what the market baked in for volatility. It's 100% expected and no one will be surprised. If we are outside of that, then all of a sudden now, the people who have made this market and sold this insurance premium to people, now they're having to start to pay out on the insurance, but only if we get outside of this box. So it allows you to create this kind of probabilistic certainty of 80% of the time, Apple is going to exist somewhere in this box. If it does, then we know the market nailed it perfectly correctly. If it's outside of that box, that's where things start to get a little interesting, because now you're getting an incredibly rare, like 1 or 3 sigma move, so a standard deviation of something that just never happens. You get that particular move when things get interesting. That means the report is larger than normal. A couple of people I know that write these systems, they simply just go in and they say, hey, if it's inside this range, that's not exciting. If we break out of this range, that's where my algorithm is going to start looking to take some sort of trade-off of. So that's a basic understanding of the market maker move. That's kind of what we're going to see there for Apple. So that is going to be also it for me, guys. So as of now, let's see what I'm going to pin Josh with. SPY up 0.33%, climbing back to today's high, and we have the RSP over 1%, so the average stock over 1%. So we're doing great, and I'm long everything, so I will be incredibly upset if it reverses the other way, Josh. So figure it out, right? Keep us up.
I'm going to get you to at least 7:15s, okay? I'll get you up there, and then I'll try to hold you at 7:13 for the next 2 hours. Is that okay? Is that a deal?
Yeah, I'll be good. I'll be good at a 7:13, 7:15. A lot of my long swings are paying me. So, yeah, just don't let it drop. All right.
Done. Hey, I held my end of the deal on Tuesday. Okay,
so you did. That's why I'm like, okay. And listen, Jesse, you're not going to be the new guy forever. You're going to have to start carrying your weight on this stuff soon. All right, guys. See you next week.
See you, Michael.
Have a good one, brother. Yeah, have a good weekend for sure. Keep forgetting we're already good, man. Keep forgetting we're already to Thursday. Time is flying by. And talking about flying, oh my gosh, those AKAN here. And there's that room up. So we have 2 uptrend channels overall. I've got 2 lines in, and this is one I have over on TOS. It's somewhere right about right there. And boom, 42.50 and 43.50 always play a pretty big key and role into small cap to mid cap sector land. Essentially a play that moves over $20. You're going to start looking at, or even really $10. You're going to look at 12.50, 13.50, 15, 17.50, 18.75, 20, 22.50, 23.50, etc. Right, all the way up to now 42.50, 43.50. And as you can see, we first filled at 42.50, almost on the dot, and now we've come up to 43.50 essentially, and have fell right back on down. So, good play here for the day. AKAN is not done in my opinion. SPY, I do feel probably pushes and climbs its way slowly, but surely there up to the 7:15 mark, and I will hold my word and mark my words that yes, SPY here. Let's keep it rocking and rolling to 7:15. I think we get really close to at least 7:14.65. We'll call it 7:14.70. Looks like it's about to touch it any moment now, and we might get that cusp in the U shape, and maybe a cup and handle forms, and we squeeze and go to the 7:15s. And at that point, if we do, 7:13 is a lock for Mr. Noss and me holding that area up until I get off the air with you. And you're in an hour, and then I got the call-in show. And the call-in show topic an hour from now with Steve will be, who was your first mentor? Are you still following that mentor, or was there a breakup for some reason? Did they help you sustain any sort of success in the stock market, or was it something that you had to come up with all on your own? So yeah, today we'll talk mentors. Who were good, and good books, right? Good movies. Things to keep your mind busy early on, and where are you early on? Maybe you still are early on, and if you're not, you're many years down the line. Yeah, who was it? What was your mentor when you first started? And going back to which I always love to do, Tack, Snowman. Thank you for coming, Crow. Derek, as always, over here. The Usual Suspects. That's another movie. Fit Your Body. Again, that is
another movie. That's right.
Right. Yeah. Love it. BYND has some news. Really? Okay, let's go check it out over here real quickly on this side of charts. Oh, wow. BYND. Mr. B. I'll never forget this, so it's funny. Okay, so Beyond Meat shares are trading higher after the U.S. Army wants to manufacture meatless proteins for field rations. All right. They said, hey, we need to ration out our food here. BYND. So let me go back to BYND here in this ticker. This is one I'll never forget when this play IPO'd. I don't know how far we can go back here. I know it says 2 years, but anyway, when this IPO'd a couple of years ago here, BYND, and look at the fall. I'll never forget this IPO'd. Went from 40 all the way up to 2, and I was like, and it did this within a few months, less than a year or so, right? Yeah, it was, or maybe whatever it was, however long. Anyway, and bro, it was, and now it's all the way, and this is no reverse splits. This is true. Nasty.
That's true? That's no reverse splits? Holy cow.
Yeah, brother.
Wow.
Did you trade it?
Did you trade it?
It was one of those. Yeah, it was one of those plays that I look back in time. At first, this was back in 20. I have to go back a little bit further, but at first I was. You look back. It was one of those plays that I'm going to scroll back here on my charting here overall if I can here on BYND. Anyway, yeah. So when it first IPO'd, you're looking at it right. Going like, man, why? Dang it! You should have got in, right? You're just thinking to yourself, why didn't you get in? You watch it go all the way up here. Sorry, I'm gonna go back further. I'm gonna go back all the way when I first watched this IPO here. There we go. When was this? Yes, 2019. 2019 IPO'd at $45, ran all the way up. And that was 2019. That would be back in May of 2019. Runs all the way up in 2019 in July. So in 3 months, we go from 40 IPO price all the way up to 240. And yeah, you're going, oh, why didn't I get in? I sat there and watched it the day of IPO, and now it's gone nothing but up. And yeah, no reverse splits, just watching it come all the way back to nothing. Truly nastiness.
BYND was a player back in, I think it was December of last year, I want to say. Was it October? Okay, because I traded that. I remember that one.
October, yeah. So go back to October. It was right after the stock market got pretty juicy in September. And let's go back in time here. And there is, oh no, I have to go back. Oh man, that's further than 6 months ago. Time flies. What is going on in the world? There we go. And there's October. So yeah, mid to late October. Dollar move all the way up to 8. That's when you first started, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was my foray into stock trading, man. That was one of my first tickers.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, that's funny because that takes me back. I mean, not to my true first days, but 2019, I was still a newbie in my opinion. And yeah, that's funny that we both recall. Now we'll always remember BYND in our early stages of trading.
Yeah, exactly.
So you traded it, went to the long side, short side. How did we do there?
I was just on the long side because at the time I just had a cash account.
Okay.
And it wasn't over 25K. I wasn't with Trade the Pool at that time. So
right.
My goodness, my screen, I continue to look more and more red. That is such nonsense. By my own laptop. I don't know what I need to reset something.
Oh, I just not really yelling. It's awesome.
I look like I just stepped out of one of those fake tanning beds.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. Well, it's funny because you have like the curtain behind you. I feel like you're almost like it's almost like a Wizard of Oz, and then you have and you're just like the orange red faced Wizard of Oz. I am Oz. I am hiding behind the curtain. You do not, and you're like
powerful.
Your big orange head's portrayed up to scare everybody, and you're just in this curtain.
Big orange head, man. That's
the Witch of the West. Yeah, there we go. Love it. Exactly. That's what
I'm looking a little bit better. Spot on, Tack says. That's right, Tack.
Yeah.
The Wicked Witch of the West.
Yes. Yeah, they're just saying the two uptrend channels are holding. They're 42.50 to 43.50. This is, and going back to Akon and Young Jeezy here, this is definitely a play, in my opinion, that we're going to be keeping on watch through tomorrow. Freaky Friday takeover is what I always call it. And this play has room to run. If you go back and just look at this one, another play, let's just go back again in the 4-hour time frame here. And let's go back a year, which would be perfecto. And let's just zoom out so you guys can see this. I'm going to zoom out some more. I can. Oh, I can't go all the way back into, that's why I'm going back a little bit further here into December of last year. Or actually, that would be December, November, back into 2025, right? Yeah, so why am I? Oh, yeah, right here. So, yeah, this little U-shape. So, we made this little kind of like weird U-shape, but I've got more charting. I'm going further back where this play really has room to run. I mean, to me, the next true resistance area is a area of old support. It's a shelf, essentially, an old support area right around 47, 46.50, 47. So I would imagine if we get up and through this uptrend channel, which we're really putting a lot of pressure on this resistance right now, this has high potential here, team, to squeeze and go up. I would say watch for a move up overall in this plate somewhere to around the 47 mark. So I'll go somewhere where I saw that. It was right around 46.80, whatever. We'll put it right there. So let's see if we can't squeeze into that line. Beautiful play here on AKAN. I've been wanting pullbacks back down. I don't think we're going to get it overall. I think we're going to continue to squeeze here. I wanted to pull back down to this breakout point right around $37, $80, $38, somewhere right through here. We just are not going to get it now and back off that trend line. This play is now just going to overextend and squeeze up. This looks like it's, there it goes, poppity right into my line there, demanding into that old shelf of support right at the 47 mark. That's absolutely perfect. Now, a bounce play for me would come back down around this 40.50 to this $40 mark if we can get that sweep down. This is why we put our lines in and trade them. This is exactly what I tell traders to do day in, day out. Go figure out where support and resistance is at. Now, if we go back further in time, I would put my next line in, if we can sweep over that, to right around the 50. It's it's not perfect on the way up over this, but I'd go somewhere right around the 52.50 to 53 mark. And yeah, Jerry, that's the next level up and next leg up here. And we're starting to move here with the W shape starting to take off. Crow and I were on this earlier for the breakout. I think Crow mentioned it right through here. Maybe it was here. I think Crow said anytime now. Then I saw it making this W, and I said it's on breakout mode. Watch somewhere right through here. And bam, nice, good squeeze a Rooney from AKN, Akon Young Cheesy. Now, we have nothing else really moving in the small cap sector. I'm Mr. Small Cap guy. I know we have large caps here, as I talked about. SPY trying to win. Of course, these tech sector moves trying to work their way back on up. And I think SPY, in my opinion, is about to tip off to that 1465 mark. Another one that was already on the way up today, Jesse, was here. Tesla. I know you talk about Tesla a lot. There goes a huge move and a big, big move back on up for Tesla today.
QCOM is skyrocketing right now. We're at 184s. We're passing the pre-market high. QCOM is squeezing up high.
Nice, beautiful. Yeah, we are over that. Nice, good move up here. Really challenging yesterday's after hours high. This come out with earnings yesterday too, as well, right?
QCOM did, yes.
Yeah, you guys had a lot to cover yesterday. Now this after hours high at the this 182.50 mark, and there's your 82.50. Ha ha ha! You think I just make these levels up? And goes back to a lot with what Nas and I would only think. I haven't looked this up. I'm only always guesstimating and figuring that. Point being, this runs back to options. Options in their price ranges, we have the whole number, then 82.50, then we have 85, 87.50 a lot of the time, right, then 90. Sometimes it's every $5. But you're just going to see that a lot. The 82.50, the round number, 85, 87.50, 875, you're going to see that happen quite a bit. Like this play right now, most likely if it holds 82.50 is going to run into 85. So QCOM, good move right here. Absolutely beautiful. You can see failing at 180, failing at 182.50. These levels just come in over and over. Here we go, failing right here yesterday, almost at 180. Meta, Meta, that's waiting on Meta and Microsoft Pro. Yeah, there we go. That's more moves. I mean, that's why I told traders today, go to these tickers that had earnings yesterday, and you're going to get some pretty good moves today. Now, of course, you talked about we have a lot of plays that moved down. Amazon, unfortunately, down and then really just dead. Didn't really do a lot, but Meta, another one here, starting to form an inverse head and shoulders, could make that move back on up. It's not as pretty today. Microsoft, a little bit better moves overall generally as far as not being so caught up here, starting to make a little bit maybe of a cup and handle. Can we get back through the 50 would be huge here. Back down below this 404.50 mark. We will see low of day and test again. Could be forming also an inverse head and shoulders. It's not perfect, but we see shoulder, I see head, and then I see another shoulder. So again, back through the 50, back through former support there. We'll see this to continue up as well. Now, not doing nearly as good as my baby SPY, and of course my Gasho, Palashos, Akon, and Young Cheesy here, hitting new high of day and continues to sweep up, not giving me any sort of pullback. And this is not the breakout mode I'd want to trade now. Earlier, yes, you get continuation off the W. Now, you don't want to chase this up high, guys. Please don't enter up here. Wait for pullbacks. Wait for consolidation. That's what you want to do. That's the name of the game when it comes to trading these small caps. You don't want to step in front of a moving train. A lot like, yes, large caps even here recently. You'll get a lot of that. It's just, you can't step in front of freight trains. You will get run over. And I see traders so many times, oh, this has got to be the top. Oh, this has got to be the top. And they keep trying to short the top, and they just keep getting run over.
That's right. And MU as well continues to drop today. We were up at 530s, and we are all the way down to 502s now.
Woof, 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 woof. I think that's sweeping off an all-time high there this morning there, if I'm not mistaken. Not that matters much. Yeah, I'm not surprised. You see a lot of these plays move to all-time high. SNDK was another one today, actually, that did this, if I'm not mistaken. SNDK, not as much sell-off, but we are making our way back on down. All-time highs. We're talking 11.15 here on SNDK. This is nuts. I mean, you go back to last year, we're at $40. Bro, we're up 1,100 points. We're literally up essentially $1,100. That is just bonker sauce when you truly think about it there for a company like SanDisk. So got some sell-offs today, not surprised, but we are having some good strong moves back on up from some of these tech companies here after sweeping down lows. We got AMD moving back on up, Tesla back on up. You've already talked about QCOM up. Ones that are down for the day, NVDA is down, not really going to recover, it doesn't look like. Meta, I don't think recovers for the day. Microsoft definitely is not recovering for the day. So you do have some down in the gutter that will not recover, and I'm still going to stick my eyes on hold on, let's go to Expo and my other slow and steady Eddie. Xerox hitting new high of day here. Xerox Holdings Company, beautiful W shape. We just saw this on AKAM, and what do we see? We have the neckline right here that Kevin or Steve always talks about. Just that great term essentially, but I always say that's the key. Back to that neckline, right? And that's usually generally when you start making the W that you're guaranteed to get to, which here, not that far away. So typically when you're making that W so close up to the neckline, you're going to squeeze through it. And then the neckline becomes support. So watch for this to squeeze up to around the 235 mark, maybe a little bit higher. And then this area right here is going to start to become a little bit of the support area. And then generally, rule of thumb too, right? We come over here and we got our trend lines. I don't want a vertical line. I about did a vertical line. No. I just want a line. Just a line, baby. And there's our uptrend channel holding beautifully on XRX. So this is another one. You want a slow and steady eddy play? You're a little bit newer trader. You don't need volatility. You don't need a big spread. You need XRX in your life. Besides trade the pull and, again, limited risk trading, which everyone should be over here that's in this lobby right now. If you do not have 15, 20 years of trading experience, you don't have $100,000+ account that you've earned and made all on your own, and you've got hundreds of K in there, you need to trade the pool. You need to come over here. You need to be using the evals, 5K evals, all the way up to 200K evals. So that way you can trade small, you can trade heavy. Please do not trade volatile movers with your own capital if you've just started. Unless you like headaches, unless you want heartache, unless you want to sweat, unless you want to have a bad day, don't do it.
That's right. And I also want to make mention we only have 4 hours left for our prediction challenge. You can check that out in the comments. So if you want to win a free evaluation here at Trade the Pool, check that out. Check the comments. There's about 4 hours left to make that prediction. So go ahead and check it out.
Yeah, if Ayush or Joe or yes, thank you, Ayush. And also, Ayush, if you want to put the Discord link in here, that's huge. We always have been putting out some good information for the earnings, so you guys over on the Discord are getting that. So before we ever preview the earnings, a lot of the good information that we put out on the live stream is already out for you on the Discord. So go over to the Discord. So yeah, if you could put that link out there as well. Beautiful. Yeah, definitely come over to the Discord. I'm trying to chime in there a little bit more as well myself. To keep that, I like chat rooms and Discords that are, there's just a lot of conversation, keeping the conversation rolling, bringing up new topics, whether it's earnings or if it's trading small caps or, whatever it might be, different strategies or lessons sometimes that I'll repost over there, of course, from my own Discord. So a lot of good information over there. And of course, stuff you get ahead of time. So if you want to be ahead of the game in pre-market with our earnings reports for the day and what our information that we put out, go over to the Discord. Good information over there as well. And I'll pull that up here real quickly. Thank you there for Ayush. Thank you for pulling this up. We'll go over to the Discord. Here we go. We'll pull this up here. So boom, there we go. And of course, Val's over there all the time. Joe's over there all the time, letting you know. Of course, here's already out there. You can do the prediction for the day. Then we've got Apple earnings today, and of course, some cool insights on those earnings. So you go take a look at that. Take a look. We got a Mr. G, man. Mr. G, wow. Oh wow, he's been around for a while, Mr. G. I remember him over in from my former streaming days in a different streaming community. So absolutely love how Trade the Pool's growing, and take advantage of that Discord for sure.
Yeah, definitely. QCOM continuing to climb. There's just no stopping this right now. It is just continuing to make new highs. 185.90. We might touch 196 here. 186, pardon me.
Yeah, I like it. Can't stop till you get enough. Yeah, the father and the son ran Circuit City into the ground. Oh man, talking about Circuit City, those are the good old days. Good old days.
Circuit City. Yeah.
Dude,
there was a commercial. Welcome to Circuit City. Dude, that was like so 90s.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Of course, I was still a Best Buy guy overall, but I still like Circuit City, and I had a few things, but it was always, I was definitely a Best Buy guy. But Circuit City was, had one of my buddies work there for a while. So, of course, I had a buddy work at both, and I took advantage of it. When I was in high school, buddy at Best Buy, so I got a bunch of speakers for my, I had a Mitsubishi Eclipse. Again, go to Fast and Furious. I had the same body kit of that green, Eclipse. Mine was all blacked out. Didn't get that same wing. I wasn't into wings as a kid. So I had like the spoiler on the back that came with it, but I got the same body kit and I got pretty similar, same wheels. But yeah, I got it. But anyway, I got the box, the amp, the 12s or whatever. Got my whole system, you know, and the CD player, video camera. Remember the handheld video cameras were so big back in the day. I got one of those. So I loaded up from one of my buddies at Best Buy. I was like, hey, I want all this stuff, and it was like so cheap. It was like half off. And then I had a buddy, like when I was in the college days, work at Circuit City pretty much right before the end of it. And I remember getting some stuff installed, like he hooked it up and I got stuff installed there pretty much for free, yada, yada, yada. But yeah, I took advantage of it. And the one thing I remember from Circuit City, the most, which was cool, and was my dad got gifted. That was a morning show host on radio. And there's a guy in town, philanthropist in town. You can look up Jennings Osborne. He actually put on the Osborne lights, a spectacle light, whatever. They did stuff with Disney. So for 20 years, they did the lights at Disney World. So Jennings Osborne, you can look them up, the Osborne Light Spectacle or whatever it was called. So we got flown down to Disney World a couple times for free. And anyway, it was nice. But one day I remember coming home from school, 60-inch, one of those old school, you know, the big ones that weighed a ton. But 60, yes, we went from we just moved into our new house, like my parents' forever home now, right? And we went like from like a 36-inch, 32-inch old TV, you know, like that had like the wood vinyl plastic on the side to a 60-inch TV. And I'll never forget, because my parents and my dad loved watching the Weather Channel and how big the letters were. And they thought it was too big. They thought it was too big for the living room and they wanted to downsize. And I'm like, no. So they downsized to a 54-inch. But I remember going in there to like Circuit City and like being sad the one day, like dad's picking out what size he thought would be better. And I'm like, you are not my dad. I want as big as I can get. What are you talking about?
Big 60. As I can, Dad. I want the tank TV. I want the big tube transistor TV with the bunny ears on top.
Yes,
man, exactly. Those bunny ears were so frustrating back in the day. You had to put aluminum foil at the end of those things and crank them around so you can actually see the picture before HD. We've lived through some times, man. It's been crazy. Yeah.
Yes,
and the crazy thing regarding these TVs is like when my wife and we got married, we bought a 55-inch TV and we were going from like a 30-inch something or a 20. And that thing looked like I thought we were in a theater. And as much as I spent on that, I went into Walmart the other day and you can buy an 80-inch TV for like $400. And it's, you know, I spent so much more 15 years ago. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, I remember like the cheapest TVs back then were minimum usually right around the $1,500 to $2,000 mark, and usually if you wanted a nice one, you're spending $3,000 or $4,000 if not more. You're talking not even near as nice or the size than how little the ones and thin and easy the ones are to now, and they're smart TVs too, so you can watch all the animation. So it's funny how expensive those were, and over time now you can get it's nutso, absolutely nutso. But times have changed.
Our taxes, we had a smaller TV on top of the bigger TV. Smart.
Like it. Yeah, that was the old school days when that's how big the bottom TVs were. Because like up until even that one that we had, that was that big 56. Like you could set like your VCR or DVD, you set everything on top of it, or you could set a TV on. You know, it's like those things were so big and sturdy that it essentially became a furniture piece. I mean, literally, your TV up until the 2000s was a furniture piece.
No question. We had Christmas ornaments on top of our TV. You know, I mean, like you books. We had books. It's just crazy. Yeah, you could literally decorate on top of a television back in the day. It looked so much nicer now, the flat screens and putting them up on the walls or whatever. I have a projector and a huge screen that comes down with a great sound system. I don't even have an actual TV, but I got 100 inches of screen, which is just a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's just one of the things now anymore. It's different how that. And again, I've always complained about. I'm like, can we just stop making TVs for about, I don't know, 5 years, and maybe because I like back in 2010, I have herniated disc, so I had to get an MRI to verify. Blah 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 blah. I go into an MRI, and I'm like, have you ever had an MRI before?
I have not. No.
Have you seen an MRI machine before?
Sure, on like PBS documentaries or something. Sure,
right? Yeah, and it's like this massive thing, but it's got this little tube that you have to lay down and you slowly slide into. And it's not like 3 to 5 minutes. It is literally 30 plus minutes you have to lay in there for this MRI to scan you. And it's not quiet either. So not only am I claustrophobic and you're inside this, I'm 6'3", 200 pounds, okay? This isn't like 6'3", 190, somewhere in there. I'm not a little person. And these are made for, like, Shaq could not do these. I mean, they do finally, and I had to get an open MRI. But anyway, I slide into this thing. I'm in this thing for 3 to 5 minutes. And again, another thing, you've never probably heard an MRI because you're usually probably talking on those things that you watched. So an MRI sounds like this. It almost sounds like old dial-up internet. and I'm like, nope, and they luckily they give you like something to press a button, like, nope, don't want this, get me out.
And then finally you're waiting for, you've got mail.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm like, man, can we, stop making TVs and phones for like half a decade? I'm good for TVs till 2030 minimum. How about Apple and NVIDIA and all these companies, just all their money, I think it should be a law. They have to dive it into cancer research and form in a new MRI that takes 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
If I can scan an X-ray and boom, and I go, it's different, so whatever. I need to get an MRI like that, where I can literally just be like, or the old school Looney Tune commercials or Looney Tune episodes where, like, when they do the X-ray, they would just kind of step in front of this, like they would like roll something over like on wheels in front of them, and they would just like it immediately would just kind of like it showed their X-ray, like they would slide something in front of them. They didn't even have to take a picture. It was just like, all right, there's your X-ray. Why would we have that in MRIs? Oh, I was complaining, bro. Back in whatever it was, 2010, 2011, when I had to get that. Oh man, for a year or two straight, that was like my. Oh, oh my gosh. I just was like, what in the world? Come on, stop making TVs and stop making phones. Can we not? How does because you think about it, is that ever going to happen? Are we ever going to invest more money to have a new MRI machine and I don't think so, because why? What is working works. People are paying for it. It's, so I'm like, I just don't, it's weird, because if aliens truly come to us, they're going to be like, these guys are using the same technology 50 years ago. Hold on. These guys are still using the post office?
Yeah, that's a true statement right there. Irony of ironies, though, you're talking about MRIs. My son is actually going to get an MRI this afternoon. So it's just so ironic you even bring that up right now, just as a total side note.
And as a kid, I would have been fine. I had nowhere, like we talked about, you're invincible, or you're fine as a kid, for the most part. But yeah, it's for whatever reason, when I became an adult, that claustrophobia became crazy huge, and then I was going through a stretch where it was hitting me harder. I'm a lot better now as I've gotten to kind of hit this peak, and now I'm coming back down as I'm getting older. Right, it's like a stock almost. But yeah, it's not fun, and yeah, he'll probably be fine. But yeah, it's friendly, so you'll get to kind of see and experience what that's like today. But yeah, This guy right here, oh my god! So I went to an open MRI. And it's so much better. I mean, I'm surprised they don't do more of those. They're just not as accurate, unfortunately. They're accurate enough, but yeah, it's a lot different. But man, yeah, it's never, because as a kid I had to go. I don't remember, but I had a concussion, and I had to have a CAT scan, and so I don't remember any part of getting a CAT scan.
Sure. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
We're gonna say that
we're still doing well. Well, I was just going to say, we're still holding up the SPY pretty well, 714s right now. QQQ is up, which is cool. It seems like we're doing pretty well, just holding everything up here.
Yeah, and it really seems right here the way we're building up this wedge and this flag here, more ascending like too, where we have the pole up and now the flag's coming. We have the flat top. This is kind of an ascending triangle. And this I said, what was it, 1465? Well, it got close enough to it, in my opinion, 1450, 1455. This looks like it wants to get to my 15s now. So we'll see if we hold this higher low pattern here on the way up. And I love Steve likes to put those drawings in. So if anything, at most, see one more pullback to here, pivot from there, and then squeeze up, go up to around 415, maybe 415.20, come back down at most, pull back into this area and bounce, and then go for more. Does seem like even this could be the last bounce, and we're about to squeeze and go. But yeah, I think Mr. Noss is going to be happy that I held everything up. I do a pretty good job of this. I don't know that there has been a day that I've let down throughout the months that I've been doing this. I really don't. It's not like it's every Tuesday and Thursday. There's only certain days that's brought up, but
right.
We do a pretty good job. Hey, you're next in line, buddy. You're like Goldberg, the wrestler back in the day. You're next.
You're next. It's you. Even Carr is starting up again. It's touching 200. That's crazy. I thought it was going to continue to fall.
Yeah, that was my zone. I talked about that. So I'm, usually generally pretty decent with the levels, but we talked about this 200 moving average was at 158, I think it was. And I went back and charting and said the 150 areas when we were on the live stream was kind of the last flat plateau area that we took off from. And almost all over it there with where I was saying it would come down to. I was putting this in the morning alerts, and there it is right off that. This is where down the line I'd love to get into the automatic or the systematic, the quant trading that Nos does, and say, but it'd be like these large cap plays. It's stuff that I don't want to keep my eyes on all the time. But oh wow, yeah, okay, I wanted a 150 to 1 whatever trigger on Carr for a multi-day holdback on up, and then go, oh wow, I'm feeling. And then Then here we are multiple days later and swinging back up to 200. That's why I would say, like I always say, put your lines in and trade them, because the better you get at charting and you can understand where the bounce or the move is going to go down to. And also the other thing is holding yourself accountable. I mean, you can't just say, yeah, cool, it's going to, no, see if it does. Like even going back over to plays like XRX or even course car there, like XRX, I love every day to come over here and, I'll go back to a 1 minute just to really see this chart a little more cleanly and go, okay, let's see if I'm right about this. Do we hold this higher low pattern? Is this going to continue like I think it does? We get no lower than the trend line or the old resistance area, and I'll forget about it, sure. But at some point today, I'll go back over all, especially when I first started, I'll go back through all the tickers that are on my watch list, or, like on certain platforms, it shows you all the tickers you've looked at for the day. And I'll go back through there and just, cool, let's go from A to Z, or of course, wherever I start at A and probably don't end at Z. I mean, A, I'll probably start at a lot of the time, but whatever that last letter is alphabetically wise. And I'll go through every one of those tickers and charts and just put lines in. Where was support? Where was resistance? Or now into this day, and what I would get to and where I started to hold myself accountable for what I was looking for. So, of course, you yourself, Jesse, I challenge yourself to do that, like I am here with XRX. Maybe you're not just staring at it and hawking it, but by the closing bell later today, go back again through all your levels and all your trades and setups and stocks you were looking at. Not that you're trading them all, but you're holding yourself accountable. What's the hypothetical route? What could happen here? And I'll go back later to XRX and go, oh wow, yep, did hold up, squeezed up to this area. And was I right in my thought press and training? So the more I'm right about what I'm thinking and seeing, it's going to build the discipline, it's going to build the patience, and it's definitely going to build the thing that matters the most, and that's your confidence. But that doesn't come without building your discipline and your patience. So if you can build your discipline and patience, then that's when the confidence starts to move in, and that takes a while, and everyone wants it right out of the gate. And I think some people, unfortunately or fortunately, for whatever good or worse, whether they're blowing their accounts up or just trade the chart and trade what they're supposed to do, and they don't have that issue of worrying and stress. But most people do in the end, and that they don't have the confidence is my point. They have trust issues. Well, you need to build the discipline. If you build the discipline, you'll have the patience. When you build the patience, you'll find the confidence, and then holding yourself accountable. Here's another good example like SPY. Boom, right to where I said it would go to, right? Now, am I trading it? No, I don't have to trade every little thing out there. That's not who I am as a person. That's not who I am as a trader. I like to trade the setup when it's there, and at this time of the day, I really just like to commentate. And today was one of those off days where I had a lot going on. My setups weren't there in small caps, so I find certain days where I'm like, I'm taking the day off. There are 100 plus, as TAC probably knows the exact number. There's 100 more trading days, in this year. There's about 120 left. I don't know, TAC, you probably know the right number. I'm just guesstimating. There's probably about 130 days left to trade this year. That's a lot more trades for me to be. I usually, on average, 2 to 3 a day throughout my journey. Here recently, I know it's only 1 to 2. That's 100 plus more trades, almost 200 more trades I'll take before the end of the year. Why is this one trade today going to make a difference? It's not. It won't. I noticed that and realized that early on in my journey. There's not one trade that says, yeah, everyone wants that. They want that one move, that one stock, that one setup to take you off to the new level, and it won't happen with just one play, one trade. That's not going to happen. So you can't just take one shot on the basketball court and you make a 3-point shot or a half-court shot and think you got it and you're going to do it all the time. Yeah, good luck. The first time you pick up a basketball, that's not going to happen, right? So same thing here with stock trading. So just keep that in there, in the mindset for your traders. And for you, like I said, challenge yourself, hold yourself accountable, go back, chart, journey through your journey, back test, and continue to do that as which I know, again, you're so new and early on, and but I know throughout the journey, just continue to do that stuff. Hold yourself accountable. Am I right? Did I see things correctly? That kind of stuff.
Every day is a refining process, and it's like going to the gym. Am I going to lose either, if my goal is to lose weight, am I going to lose all the weight I need to in a day or a week or a month? No, it's going to take some time. And I feel like trading is similar in a sense where you're constantly refining something. You're just doing your due diligence. You're showing up every day, maybe not to trade, but at least to watch and to track the charts and to see what's going on, to start reading the news and to understand catalyst and how that works, and really figuring out what works and what doesn't, what moving averages you want to look at, and kind of start seeing various patterns along the way. There's definitely a refining process and really just a continual practice of showing up in the markets.
Yes, sir. Yeah, like I said, like my 10 commandments lesson that I talk about. If you just could do these same things Monday through Friday, January through December, build the repetition, etc., you will then get it down. But that's the thing, is a lot of traders don't do the right things at first. Like I was saying, jokingly saying in a one-on-one yesterday, that before he was doing one-on-ones with me, you were going to some charter school, some JUCO college. You were going to Idaho Southern Baptist secondary JUCO. I don't know, whatever. It's like now you're in an SEC school. Now you're at the University of the. You're going to be doing things right. You weren't trained the right way. You weren't doing the right things day in, day out. But now I'm going to get you on the right regimen to make sure that you do the right things day in, day out the right way. Apple, I do want to talk about this. I know this is our one play on earnings while we still are chatting and yapping about stocks before we get into the call-in show. And just my 2 cents. I know you've got traders that have been doing this way longer than me, at least as far as like Michael Noss and their thought process. I'm just a big levels-driven guy, and usually pretty generally around, like I talked about with Meta. What did I say Meta would get down to? I talked about yesterday in the 600, maybe down to 580. You name the levels. Amazon, I said Amazon to 75, maybe to 280, right? So it's just going back, and I'm just really good and keen in on how, percentages, retracements, all that kind of stuff. I'm very much numbers driven. I love numbers my whole entire life. I remember in grade, I've talked about this before, I don't think with you, Jesse, but in grade school, I went to Catholic school, and of course, when you're in private school, the little smarter kids there. And there was his name was Jay Pasquale, and it was in 6th grade, and we're starting to do like higher level of math, and every test or quiz we would get, because that was what I was the best at, right? I realized that other subjects I'm good at, but that was where I just was so fast and could, understand and do the multiplication or adding or whatever it might be real quickly. And it was always a test of who would get done quicker. And he'd usually beat me. It was almost like the 1-2 guy, the one guy is always winning, but the 2 guy every once in a while would get some wins in. So it was cool. But yeah, it was always a challenge to beat him. And then of course, then you got to be accurate too. It's not, hey Josh, you got to make sure you get a better grade than him too. So it was cool to and back in the day when you get bonus points and you get like a 107 on your out of 100, and like, yeah, I got 107 out of 100, bro. Those are the good old days. So my 2 key areas. First, the key area is 275, but I think the bigger area is 280. If we get over 280 today, that means we've moved up a good, most likely, because I bet Apple stays rather stalemate into the earnings, as most plays do. Some are moved, some do. I would say it's a half and half. It does seem like some plays are choppy, don't move much, and there are some plays where maybe there's a little insider trading going on, and I'll bring up that in a minute, where you might see the move already taking place in market. So over 75, we hit to 80. If we hold 80 and get to 80, and I should say get to 80 and hold it, she's going to see all-time high. Now, not full all-time high, but she will test this area. So this is my minimal area, in my opinion. Minimal area for Apple. You're going to see this later in after hours. I'll be going live with Steve. I'll talk about it even in Power Hour again. I don't see how we do not hit 285 to 288 here, no matter what on the way up today. If we go up, it's going to hit that. I think we might even get a quick wick close to 300. Just talk about the general rule of how much these tickers are moving. The Apples, the Googles, AMDs, we're not quite there yet, although AMD, I think, moved. Yeah, Amazon. Yeah. Amazon. They all move about 20. They're about 20 points, 25 points at most. And so just do the math. Well, I think we minimum get here, max somewhere in the mid to high 290s. And on the way down, I think every one of their mother, brother, sister, daddy, and your cousins, my dog can even see this level right here. So 245s make or break for me to the bottom side. Below it and hold it. She's going down and going down for more. I think this is the minimal area for the downside. It's just a massive major demand zone, and that puts it right in the ballpark for that 15 to 20 point move. Now, through this area, it could get gangbusters, and maybe we see a bigger move from Apple, but this is really the magnet for me. If you're looking for a long play on Apple and just zooming back out, we can even go even further. You can see that demand zone's heavy at 245. So those would be my two-ish areas. A up top, over 280, it sees all-time high area. Back down below, it's this 245 mark. That is the make or break for me, and that looks like if we do come down, it's going to touch it, and that's where you go long. So those would be the two I'm looking for, and it's really getting tighter here. And so, hey, I like the look.
It is getting tighter. It also looks like it's been on a bit of a decline, obviously, for a little while. But man, I just feel like Apple's going to eventually be a $300 stock. I mean, it might not be today, but I feel like that, and I feel like that as well with Amazon too. I think both of those stocks are $300+ stocks. We see that. I don't know, maybe not today or this week, but I feel like we see it within a year or two.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, that was I'm still in Amazon from 2022 to 23, and that was my goal. And I said 2025 just because the round number made sense. I figured in 2025 we'd see 250 for Amazon. Well, boom, we got it. And then from there, there's no way we don't see 300 and kind of go for more. Of course, we already did the price split. I forgot what Amazon was even up to. I have to go back and look at it. I think it was 1,000 plus when we did the price split in 20. I may have been I forgot where it was at, but it was up a lot in 2022 before we did the price split. And that was my long-term, just slow and steady Eddie. This is going to be a nice slow one that I can just trust and don't have to worry about getting out of anytime soon and hold it for a while. It's not going to be real volatile either for the most part until it maybe gets back into the 200s or 300s, and that it's just going to be a slow grinder. But yeah, that's I'm definitely right there with you with Amazon, with Apple. Google's already got there. AMD's already got there, but yes, I think Apple is a done deal. I think it's a done deal for that. And Amazon now win, like you said, even ARM's another one that I know that's another one heavy for, and it's had a pretty decent pullback. Yeah, now into the 200 or 190s even here recently. Yeah, so a nice little pullback to sweep off those highs. Go to the 4-hour time frame. You can see here recently, big move up all the way to 240. So you can see this nice good U shape even from the bottom U's down here. But regardless, still big move. Not surprised we came down. I think me and Steve called for this area on one of our shows that we have. But today, here we go, rocking. We are rolling. She's blowing back up to the 212. So this is another one that, yes, I say long term. This is another play like Apple, like we have Apple, Amazon, and ARM. 3A plays. Your 3A plays. Triple A's headed to 300, baby. And what's funny, AAA, 300, 3A's, right? They'll love it. There we go. Would love Apple to name Gemini there as, yeah. Well, we'll see if we make some changes with the new CEO there. I doubt, obviously, anything changes. Like, Money Mitchell saying earlier, got the CFO still there in-house. I would imagine most people, I would imagine like what Apple's doing for the most part, and just looking at the company as a whole and the stock, there's not like there's a lot more that they can do unless they start moving more so into the AI game, and start trying to produce some stuff there. But yeah, again, just it's bound for 300 plus. Same with ARM. ARM, same thing in my opinion.
Yeah. Another story to highlight is U.S. gasoline prices jumped to highest since 2022. So it's about $4.30 a gallon. So that's the highest since July of 2022. As of today, we have reached a highest point in 40
Don't remind me. I only have 2 V8s that require you put in the high grade 93 or 91.
Oh, brother, that's a bummer, man. Dang. I mean, I have a Ford F-150 and it's a gas guzzler.
Yeah. These are well, I've got an X5M competition. And so when I drive, I try now that I've had it for almost a year. It's a year about a month from now I've got it. But you got 650 horsepower, 600 pounds of torque. And I've talked about so much how I love the need for speed and to go fast. So I average probably, no lie, anywhere between 12 to 15 miles per gallon in that thing, because I'm just always just putting it in the sport mode, yada, yada, yada. And then the other V8 is a 392 Jeep Wrangler. And so it's got 500 horsepower, 500 pounds of torque. And same with me, I get in it and want to hear that exhaust. And so Avery, when she's driving it, probably averages closer to, I would say, what's the highest it gets? Yeah, probably right around 17, 18 miles per gallon. When I'm driving it, it's probably right around 11 or 12.
Yeah, so my truck is 15.
Yeah.
15 to the gallon, so it's just not looking too pretty. Google's looking okay today. Google actually made some nice gains from yesterday's earnings. It's going down a little bit now, but it's definitely had a good morning so far.
Yeah, I was gonna say, back to the one thing I miss though about the old school days. Like, it would be like $129 for the cheap stuff, and then 10-cent intervals. So $139 for the mid grade, $149 for the high grade, right? Yeah. Now it's like 40-30 cents between each interval. So that's what sucks about, that's what I'm like, I'll go, and I'm like, the low one will be like $3.30, and the expensive one is now like $4.50. I know, of course, it's, of course in Arkansas it is cheaper, which I will, I know in Missouri's probably not too. We got some cheap gas, which I love, but yeah, gosh, brother, go in there, see that 90-50 grade, $1 above cheap stuff.
Man, every time I take a vacation down to Florida from St. Louis, I love hitting small towns, places that are far out, because you can always nab gas for 10, 20, 30 cents cheaper than if you're right in, a populated metro area.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. SPY almost got to my 715 mark right there on that last little spike. What did we get to? 714.95. We're still holding, looks like here, at least for the first hour. It looks like for now we are holding the SPY up pretty well. Still flagging up here overall. Oh yeah, I love it. Like when we went to, I had my AKNR in New Orleans. So of course from Little Rock to New Orleans, that's all you're going through is small towns. And God, the whole way the gas. This was the weekend right before the war was announced. Like the weekend the war was announced, essentially, I guess I should say. And so yeah, so you got to imagine that was right before the gas started escalating. We're talking, I think it was all in the twos still at that time, like $2.30 a gallon. 215 to 250 somewhere in there on the way home. Wow. And to look how much it's gone up since then. And yeah, that was like because I remember I got on the live stream, of course, that week with here on TTP, and we're talking with guys from Cali. And of course, on my stream, I got people in Cali. Of course, that's usually the most expensive state for gas.
Of course.
And how much it was already jumping up there. And I was like, wow, on the way home Saturday, I remember filling up like in the 230s it was in the low twos. And yeah, to see how much it's up now is crazy.
I don't know how our buddy Steve does it out in San Francisco. I mean, he must just sit at home all the time, or he's such a good trader. It doesn't even affect him. He's just such a ball. He's just such a rock star.
Yeah, right, exactly. We do have a Discord there. Yeah, we do have the Discord, but we don't have a WhatsApp group. We personally, as Trade the Pool, so we all can stay in connection with one another and what we're doing each week, each day on the shows. We have a WhatsApp, but not for traders. We do have a Discord. So if Ayush wants to put that back out there, Joe's around, anyone else, put that out there. I'm going to bring Josh and Jesse with me to Tokyo, says Tack. Well, Tack, you're going to have to get a plane that flies really fast, because I'm not flying anywhere overseas until we get a jet that can move faster than these slow ones that move right now. And everyone's like, oh, just take a sleeping pill and you'll just go. Yeah, you know what? Again, let's go back to that open MRI. The open MRI I had to do. I went the first time going, oh, this will be no problem. I can do an open MRI. Bro, I was in that for about 10 minutes and I freaked out and said, nope, can't do it. Had to reschedule it. And guess what? I took a Xanax. I took an Ambien. I took some melatonin. Do you think I at all slept? Nope. Now
with all of that, you did not sleep.
I did not sleep. Even I thought it would come to me later on in the day, and it really did. I slept great that night because it kind of wore on me where I was down like later in the day, and all my adrenaline had wore off. And I thought I'd come home after that, adrenaline wore off, and I'd pass out. It didn't. It never really happened. Now planes are different. I don't have that anxiety to really fly. It's just the amount of time you're on it. I think if I did it, finally just got it out of the way, I'm like, oh, that wasn't bad. It's just my point. I drive to Colorado once a year or so. I drive to Florida once in my life. I've driven to Colorado or Florida once a year. Colorado's about 17, we'll call it 14 to 15 hour drive without stops. With stops, it can get a little longer. We'll just say 14, 15. Same with Florida's only about 8.5 to 9 if I'm booking it. Point being, when I drive 9 to 10 hours, do you know how, and I can stop anytime I want, get out, do my thing, do some jumping jacks, do some push-ups, whatever I want to do. My dog are with me. But after about 9 to 10 hours, I am worn out. My butt hurts. My butt hurts. My butt absolutely is tired of sitting. Like when we take road trips, no lie, when we get to wherever we're getting, I am literally standing up for like the next 2 hours.
Yeah. And you're like internally shaking too. I just did this. I just went to Florida, and after literally 9-10 hours driving, you're internally feeling like, oh my gosh, what is going on? There's like vibration going on everywhere. Right. And I never want to sit down again.
Yeah, right. And here's the thing too. It's like, okay, well, you're driving. Well, the last few times we've done this, it was a lease, but now it's gone. But still, it's self-driving car. The Jeep Grand Cherokee self-driving, right? You just got to touch the wheel every minute. Hey, touch the wheel. And I'd touch it, and I mean, there was like a stretch through Kansas that's Kansas flat as can be. I mean, I'm just like zoned out to where it's probably been 200 miles of driving. I'm like, whoa, wow, hold on, snap out of it. Where are we? So it's not like driving has any. It's like definitely if you are driving, and we have a Jeep Wrangler that's on 35s or 37s now, and when you make that road trip, oh my God, yeah, your hand is shaking and all that stuff. But even with the self-drive vehicles that drive as smooth as can be, after 8 to 9, 10 hours, I'm done. And we can watch movies in that Jeep Grand Cherokee. It has side passenger screen, so we could watch movies in it. I've had screens my whole life. I've had screens from my Dodge Ram back in the day. They'll flip out screen. It does help road trips. Trust me, I know. But after about 9 to 10 hours, I am kaput. So maybe we can manage a bunch of 6 to 7 hour flights to tack over to Tokyo. But that's just the thing.
Tax says, imagine the people in the submarine.
Yeah, right. Oh God, yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that.
We could take the sub. Yeah. Take the sub to Tokyo.
Oh man.
That'd be great.
No, it's definitely I can't imagine that, being on ships for sure. But I get you're on a ship. I guess you can walk around more for sure. But yeah, being on a sub, I can't even imagine being in a submarine traveling around.
Claustrophobia, my gosh.
Yeah.
My goodness. Spy is threatening to touch 714 again.
Yep.
Come on, keep going.
She's sweeping. I think she's going to move right back on up, at least for me, into the top of the hour. I think she's going to stay within this kind of channel. It looks like the one, we'll call it 113.65, 113 or 1. Yeah, 713. 713.65, 713.50 bottoms, it looks like for now, especially that sweep back on up. Just channeling right here, holding it up from Mr. Nos, holding that 50 EMA too, which I love to use when it's working. Just like the VWAP, is it always going to work? No, but you can see today we're resisting. Then we squeeze off of that VWAP so beautifully, so we know today we can use the VWAP. It's going to be in play. So those are what I'm always looking for sure. 100%. She can talk cars with Josh. Mona Lisa Vito, I bet. I love some cars, though. That's my jam. Cars. Not kidding you. If I ever won the lotto, oh my gosh, 50 mil minimum. I'm saying cars. I would literally spend a lot on cars, though, for sure, 100%.
Oh my gosh. Is that your favorite band, too?
Cars. The Cars. I do like the Cars. They got some good jams, yeah, for sure. It's not my favorite.
What I needed.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like it. Good stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Oh, that's right, my cousin Vinny. That's right. I love that's a hidden gem. My cousin Vinny.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in a while.
That's one of my favorite. It might be my favorite Joe Pesci movie. Is My Cousin Vinny. That's a good one. That's you got. You got Karate Kid in there, whatever his name is, Ralph Macchio. You got him, you got Gorgeous Girl in there. I forgot what her name is. Oh gosh, that's a good one. That's a good movie. Yeah. That's a classic.
Yeah. Why is her name escaping me? George Costanza kept saying it in one of the Seinfeld
Marissa Tomei.
That's it. Yeah, that's funny.
Thank you, Crow. Marissa Tomei. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, she's killed. Hey, and if you haven't seen the movie The Wrestler, that with Mickey Rourke and her, that's another good crazy movie too. I think she's good? Yeah. She's got a lot of good roles throughout the years too, for sure.
Yeah. I still love Joe Pesci in Lethal Weapon. What was it, 4? With Glover and Gibson, and he had blonde hair, and he was like some sort of shyster realtor or something. He was so funny.
Yeah, I love it. Vendor says it's not active, the Discord group. Well, it should be active. The Discord group should be active. So click on that and get accepted. Like I said, one thing about Trade the Pool, and we have, slowly throughout the day, you're going to see more and more alerts over there. It's not, I guess if you mean like active as far as a lot of people alerting, it's certain days that have more alerts than other days, but it's definitely fully active with a lot of information from Joe and Valerie and a lot of the traders over there. And I'll definitely have some more to chime into that over the next. I've been talking to Gil and Kat, so I'll definitely make sure that I contribute more, and we'll get more of the traders on here to get over there and contribute a little bit more as well, for sure. See, Bothie says I'd probably have to run 300M and plus because I want there you go. You want that 110 mil Koenigsegg one, yeah. See, that's the one thing I won't have any. The only car that I probably would have that costs over $1 million would be the LaFerrari. I would want a LaFerrari. Ooh. That's going to be like 4, 5, 6 mil, but that's it. Otherwise, I want a GT3. I want at least one, because what I would do is I would get one GT3 RS like every 3 months in different colors. So I'd go get one in like some crazy green color and have it for a while, and then trade it in for like some blue color, and then trade that in for some orange color. But I'd want a 3RS, a 4RS, a 911 Turbo S for sure. So those would be my 3 Porsches that I would get. I'd have to get a LaFerrari, an F8, and then I'd figure out my third Ferrari I would get. I would do minimum one Lambo, maybe two, right? And I'd have one of them gutted out by that underground garage team that makes them up to like 200 or 2,000 horsepower. We'd just go through the ringer there. You'd have some BMWs. I wouldn't have any of the Bugattis or the Koenigseggs. Not a fan of those. I know some people are. I don't like the way they look. They don't have any elegance to them. Porsches and Ferraris and then Lambos just have that awesome bull look to it. Like it's very aggressive looking. So that's why I love those. Of course, the Lambo doors, right? Suicide doors. But yeah, the Ferraris and Porsches are they're just so pretty. But there's so many cars out there. Not to knock any of them. I'm just not a fan. Like, there's McLarens. I'm not a fan of them, but they're great. They're a lot of them are gorgeous. Interior to me lacking a little bit. But oh god, yeah, you're Aston Martins to golly, there's just so many different name brands out there that you could get some cars. But yeah, it would be like I've said. The biggest thing would be my Tony Stark garage. I would have the Tony Stark garage. Back around the house a little bit. So you have this huge elongated driveway and this huge massive door flips up. And then you go in and you're like, you go down quite a bit and you're like, man, how far below the house are we going? And then this big kind of like bat cave, whatever kind of door opens up. What I do, French door? Should I go up? I'm trying to still think about that one, my man, Jesse. And then you go in, we're talking 30-foot ceilings, Tony Stark type garage where cars are all backed in and angled, have some Iron Man suits up against the wall. And we're talking, I'm getting a hold of Marvel and Disney and say, I got to have at least two. I want to have some, Mark III. I want a Mark III. I want a Mark IV. He ought to call him Mark whatever. Oh man. Oh gosh.
Your trading must be unbelievably good, man. You're a rock star. Jeez, if you're going to do all of that. I'm going to keep my truck. I'm going to keep my truck, and I'm going to come to your house and just go on a ride along. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you pay for everything, and then I'm going to come over and enjoy a little bit.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, you're like, hey, what the heck? No, that's goals. I doubt it happens. We are building a house, and I do have the floor plans. It is a 6-car garage, making it probably into an 8. But yeah, that's only for me and myself. Now, if I win the lottery, that's where this undercard, Iron Man, Tony Stark garage is going to come in. Doubt it happens, but you can, you got to dream big. You got to go tonight with some sweet dreams before you pass out, and that's one of them. I'll start thinking about it, and next thing you know, I'm out. I'm sleeping.
So Akon, which I always think of the rapper whenever I see Akon, because I think AKON, but it's AKAN. Yep. So yeah, we're hitting new highs. And yeah, man, those small cap traders, the Crow Trade says, yeah, man, they definitely beat them all.
Akon and Young Cheesy. I would say cheesy, but yes, it is definitely. I think it's like Money Mitch. It's Kevin does it. You get in the small cap sector, and for whatever reason, I don't know why. Because of course we know Tesla, we know Apple, and half the time we won't say TSLA, right? We're not gonna say that. We're gonna say Tesla. We're gonna say Apple. We're gonna say Meta. It's funny we say Meta, we don't say Metaverse, but whatever. We're going to say Google. We're not going to say Goog or G, whatever. We're going to say the actual name of the company. And so it's funny how our brains, when it comes to small caps or these mid cap plays, want to name it something like Akon. Like it looks close enough to it, and so that's what comes to your brain. Hold on.
Go ahead.
You're my age. You're my age, right? You're 40? 39?
I'm 39.
That's what I thought. 39.
You were right on the money. How old are you?
41. 41.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I'm turning 40 this year. It is it's quite surreal. I have I'm not old enough to be 40.
It's I don't think about it that often, but it's crazy how time sneaks up on. I mean, again, like this, we're already almost into May, and it's crazy how time flies by that quickly as the older we get. And it's just like I said, you got to take advantage of being. Even right now, as we're younger, you got to take advantage of these things before we get too old. But yeah, I was just going back to Akon. So you were essentially listening to him the same time I was. We're at around the same age bracket, because last time AKN was popping, me and Steve were looking at it. He was like in middle school, grade school dances, and when I was like, no, I was like in college. I was like, this was like whatever it was. Yeah, I was like, yeah, no, I was like 23, 24, 25, hitting the clubs, getting some Red Bull vodkas to some Akon.
That's right. Hey, before we get off here, I do want to remind everyone: predict the price for earnings today. The closest one wins an evaluation account.
What do you got? What do you got though? What do we say with Apple? What's it going to be?
Ooh, well, I have not looked at it well enough. to predict the price just yet. But pull that sucker up there. Let's take a look.
Pull that sucker up here. We'll go 15-minute time frame. There we go. So where are we going today? We're going to go back up a little bit over 72s. We're going to go up to, maybe the highs here from last week, maybe in the 72.80. We're going to head up to the highs this week of 73.20. We are on squeeze mode right here.
We are.
I'm going to say this pops up. So if I had to take a prediction right now, my closing price is going to be 272.50 area, 272.70 area.
All right. Well, you just copied mine, so I'll go a little bit lower than you. I'm gonna go 2 pennies under you, and the price will be right.
Yes. All right. Well, guess what, brother? The price is wrong.
Good movie.
Oh, it is.
Awesome.
No, it is.
So you're going to be. So this is my last show for the weekend. It's been great. I love this. This is so much fun. And then you're going to be coming back on with Steve here, right? In a little bit.
Yep. So we got call-in show coming up next. Please stay around, and I want you guys to participate. Who was your first stock trading mentor? Why was he or she your stock trading mentor? How long did they stick around? Did you learn much for them? Was it a breakup relationship and you knew how to move on? There was nothing you were getting out of it. So we want to go all the way back to the roots and who was your first mentor? What books did you read early on possibly? Or maybe movies that motivated you, that meant something to you? So we'll get into that over the next hour. And then yes, this afternoon, Steve and myself will be covering earnings. Got you covered here on Trade the Pool. And then even tomorrow, as Steve popped in here, pop them on in here. Pop them on in.
Steve.
Tomorrow, me and Steve recap the week. So me and Steve tomorrow, don't forget you guys on Friday. We will recap the week, 1 p.m. Eastern time. And then tomorrow night, Friday Night Live, you'll see all of our mugs yet again, having a drink, talking about the week in stock trading, what we've traded from a slew of traders, from futures to small caps to large cap, mega cap, trading options and everything. So we got you covered day in, day out. And really Friday Night Live is a little bit more about some fun. And Jesse, whenever you get the chance, get your booty over and join us.
I will be doing it soon. Great to see you guys. Take care. Good to see you, Steve.
Yeah.
You too. Is this thing on, Josh? Can you hear me?
It is.
Well, how about that? How you doing, brother?
Good. Okay. Today, by the way, we are now notified that, again, new caller. We get a new caller today. Come on, new callers. Let's put that over on the Discord, too, as well. Joe Ayush, put that on the Discord. Someone may see it like last week. Brand new caller, first-time caller. Call in today. Why? Well, call-in show. First-time caller gets a 5K eval. That's right. You'll email us at callinshow@tradethepool.com. You can email me, whatever it might be, but we'll get you a free 5K eval for being a first-time caller. We want to hear from you. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I've been in the radio world for the longest time, and that was heard so much on those caller-driven shows. They want to hear from the fans, and the fans, they love to say that. Hey, yeah, it's JR, long-time listener, first-time caller. I got a question for you. Do you think that Apple today is going to spike up to all-time highs? Hey, I'm long around 245. I'll hang up and listen. You guys have a good day. And that's literally, bro, that's like every first-time caller is how it is. It's like, all right, I'll hang up and listen. And then what he wants to do is try to play the radio real quickly to hear like the last little bit of him going live. And then half the time, they're first-time callers, huge echo because they have the radio on because they want to hear themselves on the radio while they talk, and how they don't think there would be an echo from doing that. It's funny, like, hey, turn down the radio. Turn the radio down. Oh, yeah. Sorry. All right, hey, yeah, my name's Ted. Love you guys. Just a long-time listener, first-time caller. I got a question today. So, Steve, how's your trade day, man, brother?
The most off-the-wall question, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, literally, yeah, truly. Well, mine were, most of mine a lot of the time were for sports radio. And so, yeah, it would be just, no offense, but some of the kind of the dumbest, goofiest questions. And like, well, why they don't do this? Oh, yeah, I'll hang up and listen. No, that's like, it's like they heard the same terminology from X amount of people, that's exactly how they would say, they would, when they called in. It was so funny. They're just like, I'll hang up and listen. I'm like, you all have to say the same thing as everyone else. All right, I'm gonna head over to the Google Meets, my friend. Do you have that already?
Should be good to go here. And Josh, I'm so psyched because I think we're just gonna go so smooth this time. This is my this is my time to shine. Yeah, you got it, brother. Cool.
Can we finally have one without a hitch today?
I know. I'm worried I'm jinxing myself here, but logging in right now.
All right. Oh, we do. Look at this. We got David already coming on in here, right? All right. So I'm in. Let me go ahead and mute myself on EV Mux. I'm in, though, the Google Meet.
Let's see. I am looking for the link. It's in here somewhere. There we go.
Good to go?
I think so.
I think we have to get off studio mode because I'm getting echo on my end. There we go. And click that.
All right. Any echo? Yes, no?
I don't hear anything. Good to go.
Sweet.
Sweet dreams of rhythm and dancing. All right, so we have David already. And David, are you here with us? Is that David I see here that's maybe muted? Are you with us already on the call-in show, brother? I see a David hanging out there. David.
Come on in. The water's fine.
That isn't creepy or anything. Hey, come on in. Yeah, the water's good.
We're in Trade the Pool. It's thematic. I'm not weird. You're weird.
I love it. No, that makes sense though. Oh man. Love it. All right, so yeah, David, if you want to join us, go on ahead. Go on ahead and join us if you want to. And again, yes, if you are a first-time caller, please call in. Why? You will get a 5K eval. And I don't know if you're a first-time caller because I've been doing this for a while. I'll know you. I'll know the voice. I'll know the name. Last week, I knew right out of the gate. I was like, I have not talked to either one of these two people. And I love having that where you have, I think David, I think David was trading. I think he was doing, he messaged something. All right, cool. Call exactly, Mr. Nick Diaz. Call in now or forever hold your peace. What do you expect on Apple? So we just went over that, Kurt. I can't show the chart right now. You can rewind the stream if you want to show that, if you want me to show, to see the chart. But my key areas on the way up are 280 and over 280. It's going to be moving up to all-time highs. It's going to go through the all 285, 287 area. I think it's going to go into the 290s. We're seeing, in my opinion, Apple, Google, Amazon. There's a couple others. They all have the same amount of move on their earnings. It was about 15, 20, 25 points. I was saying Amazon. I was wrong at first, Mr. Steve, but was right in the end. I said, 275, 280. We got pretty close to that with Amazon. I say about 290 to 295 Apple top side. Bottom side demand zone is so heavy at 245. I would tell everybody and their mother to buy in at 245. They could hit it again. I don't know if that it does. Very heavy demand. A lot of support at that 245 area. Those would be my two soak zones. 285, 290 minimum, maybe higher. And then that 245 just seems like a sexy bottom soak zone if we go down.
I love it, Josh. And I just want to point out, just when you do pull up that daily chart on your own, guys, just draw a little line from the very top point back in December. Just draw it on down and you'll see that we are cooking that pivot there. And 1, 2, 3, 4 knocks in the past couple days. This thing is not going down. It's just riding these moving averages up. Market's expecting a beat, I do believe. And so, yeah, I like your levels there, Josh, the 280 and then all-time highs.
Love it. Absolutely love it. It seems like we're almost always on, which I love that with our levels. And that's us. We're more technical. We're all about those levels. And that's huge because I saw the same downtrend you're looking at. I'm like, yeah, put that line in. This looks like it wants to pop and squeeze. So keep that.
It looks like right now. Sorry to interrupt you there, but just so in the case we have any day traders here, this is 1, 2, 3 popping the high of the day there.
Yep.
So yeah, totally with you.
Yeah. Bring it, baby. Bring it. Next, when's your next fight, bro? I love how everyone is giving Nick Diaz vibes.
He is probably my favorite MMA fighter. If I had to pick one just by personality, him or Rampage, I think are up there.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, they're
we
up there. They're probably some of my favorites. Like we talked about that one last time. That was kind of my era and stretch when I watched the most, and it seemed like it was the Machitas of the world. Anyway, those guys were fun to watch. There are some newer ones that it's cool to watch, and like I said, I've said over the years, Bone Jones is fun to watch. We can go through some different ones. I like Holly Holm and some of the girls now. There's some pretty badass girl fighters that I'd never want to fight. I'd want them in my corner for sure. Yeah, exactly. Love it. So let's talk about that though. Let's get into today's call-in show. You Cain Velasquez, that was huge. Nick Diaz, yeah. But Nick Diaz is another good one. Yeah, the Diaz brothers they put on a show. I'll never forget when Diaz floored Conor McGregor. I couldn't have been more happy because I'm not a big Conor McGregor guy. I'm not a big listen. I love confidence. But then there's Michael Jordans of the world that know how to hold the swag, and then the guys that think they're Michael Jordan, like Conor McGregor's of the world, that they get a little too cocky. And so I love when Diaz floored him. I couldn't have been happier. I was like, yes.
It was such a great narrative, right? Yeah, no, that was a great just full circle moment. Seeing the whole the ego, it'll get you far, but will it get you to the top?
Yes.
You need to be humble. You need to be humble.
Yep. And speaking of humble, I mean, speaking of being humble, truly, at first in my trading journey, man, I thought I was going to get it fast, Steve. I honestly, you go back to 2015 into 2016, I thought I could just get into this vehicle, stock trading vehicle, so to speak. Of course, we're always talking cars over here when I'm around. And I was going to get into the Ferrari with no problem, 500, 600 horsepower, but it's all rear-wheel drive, and I've never handled that before. And on top of the fact, being a stick. And boy, here I am at a brand new trader, so a brand new driver, trying to get into 600 horsepower rear-wheel drive, driving a stick, and I can't keep it on the road. I can't, It's like all those guys you see getting those new Ford. It seems like it's always Ford Mustangs that they're in the ditch. You just see them fishtailing, and the next thing you know, they're in the ditch. And that was me over and over and over, and to get humbled so quickly to go, man, I've been able to, like, even a stick. No one taught me how to drive a stick. I'll never forget one time I was dating a girl. One of my bigger dates I had. Anyway, one of my kind of my bigger girlfriends in high school, whatever. You had like the one, the crush or the one, right? So anyway, I was still with her in college. Went over to one of her family friend's house. Nice big house. Had a convertible Cobra Mustang in the garage, and I'm like, oh, that is so bad. It was it was dope. I'm like, oh, you want to drive it? One of those rich people that are just like, hey, yeah, whatever, you want to drive it. And I'm like, oh, it's a stick. Yeah. And I knew how to drive one, but oh yeah. And so I got into it. I took Autumn down the road. I did good actually, but yeah, it was one of those things where, yeah, I mean, most things in my life I've been able to manage and figure out, like driving a stick in a freaking, Cobra Mustang, or, playing.
That's impressive, honestly. Wait, so first try? That was your first time in a stick?
No. I've driven a stick before, but never in a real, never in like that where, nothing that had, it was like my Uncle Mike's Geo Metro, essentially, like.
Sick callback. That's, you don't hear about the Geo Metros enough on streams, You gotta represent.
Yeah, right. See, exactly. But yeah, so that I dabbled in that kind of stuff, but no one was like, and they kind of like, hey, press the, but I really got it all on my own. And that was not my first try. But anyway, long story short, right, I could figure stuff out pretty quickly on a whim, and it didn't take long to figure it out. But for whatever reason, this was just, I couldn't get it out of the gate. And even back to my first mentor, which even, you want to talk about Tim Sykes of the world, right? He was fine. He teaches very general, but did I follow half the stuff he taught and what to do? Like, let's just talk about core principles, because that's what I needed to learn. And I didn't even take it for a grain of salt. I didn't think about it until I was probably 2 years into my journey. Like I said, I took that $1,000 loss on a $3,000 account, and finally hit me like, why am I not keeping my stop loss? Like all the things that, I remember like these people that are teaching, I'm like, you're not even doing any of this stuff. These are core things that people say to do. Like we talk about here on Trade the Pool all the time, and you're not doing them. And so finally it hit me like a big baseball bat upside the forehead. I'm like, hey, a lot of these gurus out here, so to speak, whether they're real or not, well, it doesn't matter if they've made money or not. They at least know what you should be doing. And that's what they're teaching and preaching, right? Yeah. And then any of the books that I picked up, I mean, we could bring up a lot of different guys, and I know you'll have more than me. And I didn't read any books, but they all teach, and I'd kind of look, I'd skim through, right? I'd look them up, or I'd download them, or whatever it is, and I'd just kind of skim through them. And I'm like, they're all essentially teaching the same stuff, Josh. They're maybe wording it a little bit differently, and one guy sounds like he went to Harvard, and then you got guys like me that maybe sound like they went to the University of Arkansas, and they don't word it as intellectually superior as maybe the people that sound like they're from Harvard, but they're all saying the same stuff,
Right. Yeah.
And so I was like, Josh, everyone's saying the same damn thing. Well, they're all saying the same stuff. You might want to actually honor what they're saying and maybe put that into work and principle. And I finally did. And that's when
it's a beautiful thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It just starts clicking.
Yeah. And so that was my first. And I had a breakup with Mr. Sykes, and I can go back now and go ahead, thank you, if anything. I know a lot of people with his name, and a lot of others out there can say, but I will always say thank you. Thank you for putting me and showing me, because it was it was a goofy show called Below Deck on Bravo. Now, if I'm not watching that with my, girlfriend at the time, and then fiance, now wife, Avery, am I ever even into stock trading? You think about that. And so here I am luckily watching this goofy show called Below Deck on Bravo, and here is Tim Sykes on this yacht, and he's telling them, he's showing them he's have bad internet issues. And I actually know a guy that was on that first one that I watched. His name's Caesar Riggs. He's the one that I do some of my Bill Stream Fridays.
Yeah.
And Caesar
I met
Riggs.
him.
Yeah.
Great trader.
Awesome. Right. Yes.
Cool,
yeah. Yes. And so he was on that yacht, and he was like, oh man, yeah, he was anyway. And so he was just, just talking about Sykes back then, like, okay, make this penny stock money. And I was, like I said, luckily he brought that up when I watched that episode right before I went in, because I'm working the graveyard shift. I'm going in at 10 o'clock at night to watch over a bunch of radio stations and make sure they all stay on air. And I'm the only one up there till 6 in the morning. You got to talk about, you get to 2 in the morning, you're getting bored. You're bored out of your mind for the most part. I mean, I kept myself busy, right? Watching videos or whatever it might be, or movies. But there are a lot of times where I need to fill the hole. And then luckily that came around. And so I can't thank them enough. Whoever got you into this, especially if you can look back and say, man, you got me into something that now I'm successful for doing. Did it stick around? Was it a relationship that stuck? No. Was it something that got me, got the ground started? Did it lay the concrete for the foundation? Yeah, 100%. And so I can't, even if I ever saw him in person, I'd never, it would be, I'd say, hey man, and I'd unfortunately blow his head up even more. But I would say, man, thank you for being on Below Deck. Blah, blah, blah. And here's what I was doing. If it wasn't for you, and you got me into stock trading. So I just want to let you know, I can't thank you enough for getting me into this, because I never probably would be still to this point if I didn't. And now I've done well. I'm doing so much better than I ever did, working multiple jobs. And I went to school for broadcast journalism, but you have to work your way up that totem pole, whether you want to be on the air, you want to be a producer of a show, or you want to be you want to be the program director, you want to be yada, yada, yada. There's all these different high roles that you aspire to get to. We know the world with podcasts and ESPN and Fox and CNBC. There's so many outlets now. And everyone wants to do it. And so the totem pole, and like now we've talked about, this is your own journey. This is you against everyone else. So you can work your own way up. It's all up to you if you want to work your way up here in stock trading. And so you could work your way up your own totem pole. It's your totem pole to work up. And I thought that was much easier to work up versus that totem pole that had hundreds of thousands of other dudes and girls climbing up it. And I'm looking up at them, and they're all fighting all the other people. And I'm like, I got to work and fight my way up that shit. Nah. And then I look over here, and there's a bare totem pole, say stock trading on it. And I'm like, okay, that's hundreds of thousands of people, and man, they mean as hell. They all hate each other. They don't give a hell. They don't care about no one but themselves. That's a bare totem pole, and only for me to climb it. I'm gonna go try to climb that one. And that's literally what I did.
That's great. And Josh, I mean, you hit on so many great things here. I just wanted to touch back really quick on, you were saying all these guys were telling you the same thing, and then something snapped inside or clicked inside you, and you're like, I deserve it. I owe it to myself. I owe it to these people who taught me to do the damn work, to do the right stuff. And it made me think, sometimes I'll watch like those financial audit podcasts, because they're well, first off, they make me feel better about my situation, no matter if I have a bad day or two in the stock market. I'm like, all right, at least I'm not 100,000 in debt and working at Arby's or something. Right. But it was funny. The guy was like, this is so frustrating because you're telling me all the right stuff. You're telling me you're going to pay off your bad debt. You're telling me you're going to stop spending on the stuff you don't need to. You're telling me you're going to sell the RV, but I'm not seeing it. I'm still seeing you spending $2,000 on BS here last month. It's like, when are you going to do the thing? You know what to do. So for me, there's like two kind of awakenings as a stock trader. So there's like kind of two mentors that did it for me. One that kind of laid the foundation, and I knew it was true, and I had to sit there knowing it was true but doing the wrong thing for maybe a year and a half, 2 years. Honestly, I was a slow learner, because I'm a stubborn guy, you know. I'm not gonna lie. So it took me longer than I think probably it'll take you, to be completely honest. So don't get discouraged. You could be up here next. Just do the work, and we'll get into it more. But I just wanted to say, guys, because that really rung the bell. Nobody is going to do this for you. You can have the best information in the world just handed to you on a silver platter, and I still see traders falling victims to their own complexes time and time again, you know. Yep. So you can snatch defeat from the jaws of victory if you don't iron that out in yourself there.
Yeah, 100%. That's one of those things I think finally traders have to do so many one-on-ones with traders that and I know that again. What is funny, so first time one-on-one, I have like a list of questions. I want to get to know them, yada yada yada. How'd you get into stock? All these questions, right? And one of them, and then I asked them about what they're doing currently. When I asked this question, I know I've said this on the live stream before, whether it was you or Kevin or whoever it may have been, but when I asked this question, I feel like I'm a doctor when he asked the question, how many do you drink? How many drinks a week do you take? And you can just tell every probably person lies about that, right? Because I don't want to tell them how much I really drink or how much do you smoke, right? But when I ask the question, do you track journal and back tests? Half the time you can tell it's kind of they don't want. I'm like, you don't. And it's okay. And then a lot come, again, half of them or so do, or forthcoming and say, yes, I don't. I know I need to. Then some are doing it, but just like say that little bit alone. And so it's like, yeah, you can tell. And then I get to really working and talking with traders. They're not putting the work in. Me at first wasn't really doing that. Again, I thought I could just show up for whatever reason and it was just going to start clicking. And I'm like, that's not going to happen. It's not, again, I can't just get into a Mustang Cobra or a Geo Metro and finagle my way through the gears and understand after maybe a day, and really especially myself because I love driving, at the end of the day, I was down. You give me a week at that, I'm killing it. Probably give me a month that I'm drifting in that Cobra, right? I thought that the same. Yeah, I thought the same thing was going to happen in stock trading, where give me a month, I'll get this down. Maybe a couple, but you go to any job, you get trained, you know what to do.
Right.
Again,
right.
I've just said that's why I would have been. I feel I would have been such a good psychologist because of the relations that we go through in life. So essentially, what are we done and trained as kids? We wake up, we go to school, and we're graded. So we have these we have these results that we're trying to provide for. Then we have to go out eventually in life and we're getting jobs that at the end of the week or at the end of the 2 weeks or end of the month, you're getting the paychecks. You're going in and getting results. And so everything you've done in life has been result driven. You play video games. What place did you get in? Did you win? Did you beat them? With track and car? Like I can go through so many things in life that we go through. It's result driven. We don't watch something like the Masters, the NBA playoffs, the NCAA March Madness bracket, the Super Bowl. We watch it for a result. We don't watch it just for any reason whatsoever. We want to see who's going to win and who's going to lose. Now, maybe, yes, you have no tie in the game, but majority of the time, you still want to know who's the winner and the loser. That's the reason why you're watching the game. So it's results driven. Everything we've done in life is that way. So you get into stock trading, you want the results. That's why I was kind of compared to the JG Wentworth commercial. It's my money. I need it now.
Ain't that right? Oh, Josh, just by the way, it looks like we've got a flurry of stocks popping off here. I know we're in the call out show, but I'm watching everybody going crazy over. It looks like Skills, Lilly, Teradyne on people's radars. For me personally, I'm watching LAC. This is one I'm in, and I think it has legs, guys. So I just want to put this on your radar for a position trade before we get back into some mentor talk here.
AKA N2. Akon's back again. Akon, our rap artist is back at it again.
I keep trying to want to sing something from it, and then first off I'm like, no, copyright strike. Second off, I'm like, I don't think there's a single Akon song that's appropriate to sing in a family setting. I'm thinking of all the choruses, like, oh, that's very sexual, yeah, right. Yeah, can't do that one. All right. I'll let you guys sing it in your head there.
But, right. Yeah, don't want. Yeah, especially for me. My gosh, next thing you know, I'm copyright. I'll get the copyright going here. Oh, here we go. I want to love you. I'll smack that up on the floor. Yeah, see, yeah, you think about that. Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
That's heavily edited too. That's the radio version. So.
Yeah, that was me. Luckily, radio editing that one right there for you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's got, and then of course the songs that he's a part of. Yeah, those are the good old days. Those are the good old days. And say, okay. So you didn't actually list though, or did you say who was your first mentor?
So there are a couple here. So I have one that got me into systemic trading as a kind of just looking at things as a systems trader. And that's going to be, I am going to catch flack for this because he got memed on into oblivion but I will stand by my man, Mark Minervini. Mark Minervini, very, very competent trader. He excels at the same type of position trading that I model my system after. I still rely on his scans, not in solitude, but I that's a big part of, if I see a good stock, that's one of the filters I'll run it through. So Mark Minervini really taught me how to focus on the winners, how to cut losers fast, how to be responsible with my trade and say, hey, if I want these big gains, that means I have to actively manage. I have to stop out when it's not working. I do not have the luxury of going, oh, let's wait and see. Let's hang out and just see if this level will the completely flush will reclaim. No, it taught me to be realistic and trade what I see. So that's going to be my number one mentor. But I really do have to give a shout out to my personal mentor. He goes by Trade the Zones, or Podcast, PODCASTE, on Twitter. This guy, one of the best traders I know, and we did a whole summer. It was like, for him it was fun. It was his summer vacation, going live every morning, trading live. For me, it was like an internship at Jane Street. It felt like I was like just getting massive downloads of how professional traders do this, what their workflow is like, what their thought process is like, how they internalize wins and losses, how they think about their emotions through the course of the day. And so that was a crash course for me. And anything you're hearing from me that you're like, wow, that's pretty smart, probably learned it from, if not him, then one of those systems traders like Mark Minervini. Those are my two.
How about books? Because I'm not a big reader. Are there any big books early on for you? What books would you say that helped inspire your journey?
So I'm a big reader in general. It's just something from as a kid. It's been easier for me to grasp information when it's written down. I can absorb it and kind of work with it on my terms. So the biggest one for me, my trading Bible, is going to be Trading in the Zone by, I always forget his last name. It's Mark Douglas. I always want to say Douglas Murray. I think he's some talking head on CNN or something. Okay, Mark Douglas, really, really great trader. But the best thing about him is that he isn't even going to get into like the super fine-tuned nitty-gritty, like if it doesn't hold the 9 EMA on this time frame. No, it's all about the mentality behind it and how you frame things in your own head. So, and I think that is so fundamental that you can't even start to get into like serious technical analysis, serious fundamental analysis, any of this until you get into emotional analysis, and you're able to work with that. So I think Trading in the Zone, and the way that it teaches traders to overcome emotional and mental habits that can lead to those inconsistent results, is my gold standard there. But there's a few others. Josh, are you familiar with the Tao of Trading by chance?
No, that sounds familiar, but I don't think I've actually read that or seen it though. But I think I've heard someone mention that before. The Tao of Trading, yeah.
It's a good one. It eluded me at first. I didn't see it like in the first kind of like year of my trading, but then somebody recommended it to me, and it was like such a great encapsulation, kind of speed run or summary of so many great tidbits I've gotten from different systems. So it's by a guy called Simon Ree, R-E-E, funny last name there for the Wall Street Bets guys. So basically it focuses on teaching active trading strategies that are going to build wealth and compound that wealth through systemic approaches, and it is a TA book as well, but it's focusing on like what I call is like bare bones, no frills TA, like the stuff that's like support, resistance. How do you interpret volume at these levels? That kind of thing. What are you looking for on higher time frame charts so that you're in the right setups, so that when you're on that 1 minute bull flag, it actually plays out. So you're not fishing in bad ponds, essentially. So those are, I think, the two that jump to my mind at first. And I got to throw out Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke as well. That's in the all-star list. What about you, Josh? Any books, or just
I could bring a Boiler Room and some cool movies to go watch, but
okay, yeah, that'll teach you a lot too. Boiler Room's that's a cult classic too. So many people don't know about that one, but I think I'll be controversial, top 3 trading movies. I think it's in the top 3 trading movies. Obviously, the top 2.
I would say up there for a lot of traders it is. Just that's a good one for sure. But yeah, there was, to me early on, I had a couple of guys that you wouldn't have heard of that I was learning from, just to learn to trade the chart. Hold on a sec here. Go. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna go back to let's see here. his first movie. I was like, I want to see this real quickly though.
Oh no! Wait, who's first? I forgot what we were talking about. To be honest,
Vin Diesel, Boiler Room. I was like, was Boiler Room his
yes.
first movie? Well, it was one of his first. Oh, he did Iron Giant. Oh, I didn't forget the Iron Giant. He was the voice of Iron Giant, and I do forget he was in Saving Private Ryan. He's in Saving Private Ryan for a quick little moment. And that was one of he is in a couple of stupid movies you'd never really heard of before that.
Whoa. Did you just call Saving Private Ryan a stupid movie?
No, Strays. I said before that. Yeah. No, Strays. It's called Strays and Multifacial. Never heard of Strays or Multifacial. Multifacial is a short film, it says. But Saving Private Ryan, I remember him in that actually once Fast and Furious came out and they were talking about that. And I was like, oh, that's when I watched Boiler Room, was right around when Fast and the Furious came out. Because that's when Pitch Black was kind of like a little underground cult thing too, as well, that kind of got going that he was in.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah. So yeah, that was that was before he got big. He was in kind of those great movies. Saving Private Ryan. That might be my top 10 of all time movies. I'd have to put at least one. In my opinion, I'm gonna have to put at least one Spielberg movie in the top 10. Gee golly, which one is it? Do I do one or do I multiple?
That's tough. What's your top?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd have one. Like, I'd have to have Goonies up there. I'm gonna have to have Dark Knight up there. I like that one. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. I'm gonna have to
Dark
have
Knight? That's not Spielberg.
No, I'm talking about overall my top movie.
I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Yeah.
No, my top movies. I'm gonna have to go with my Scorsese movie that is gonna have to be in there is gonna be what is it called? With Leo DiCaprio. It's got Jack God, I love this movie.
The Departed?
The Departed, yeah, it's based on
Departed's excellent.
The Departed's going to be up there in the top 10 for me. If I had to do and I think I probably would have a Tortino movie in the top 10, I'm probably going to have to do Pulp Fiction. I absolutely love how that movie, culminates. It's just such a great movie and fun. I don't know. It's a hard list for me. Yeah, I don't. It would be really hard to do. Yeah, and even going back to Spielberg movies. Oh, good gosh, almighty, my friend. That could be a call-in show topic alone. What's your favorite, or what's your top 5 Spielberg movies of all time?
Yeah, definitely. I love The Departed. Hockey Car.
I love The Departed. Yeah, that's one of my favorites for sure. Another kind of underground. I say underground favorite of mine. Of course, I always say Bang and Ring and Lost Boys, Lost Girls for Spielberg. Hook. I love the movie Hook.
Hook's great.
Yeah,
Josh, I was in a 3rd grade production of Hook, and I was Shmi, and I crushed that. I held it. I was the star of the show, to be honest.
Hey!
Captain Hook. I believe I had a whole song and dance number. It was. Yeah, I bet you guys wish you had that footage.
I love it. Love it. Yeah.
I love Joe, that shouting out Close Encounters. Yeah, another classic.
Jaws, you got to go all the way back to one of his first one, Jaws. So yeah, he's had a plethora of movies, whether he directed them or he produced them, had a hand in them. So 100%. That Rufio. I mean, you can't talk about Hook, Rufio, Tinkerbell, of course, being Julia Roberts. I mean, Hoffman doing such a great job as Hook. That movie is really that almost makes me tear up every time I watch it. But yeah, it's a good one.
The list goes on. Oh, Josh, I love this because I'm feeling like we're starting to like lock in. We've got like this. We're basically like The Compound. I see them. I was just watching one of their episodes, and they always have the little entertainment section too. Because you know what, guys, trading is too serious. We get so locked into every 1 minute candle, and sometimes you got to just throw on a classic Scorsese flick and just let things do what they're going to do, wiggle out, sometimes don't watch all those 1 minute candles, and you need to tune out and rejuvenate. So I think it's always good to have like something that, for me, I like something that's really compelling that I'm like following, like a series, some HBO drama or something, but then I gotta have something light too. So
Nick Diaz, I mean, he's all over. Movies aren't like they used to be. I mean, they're just all about money now, and they're not. It's just the last line was late 2000s, early 2000s, or 2010 area. Somewhere right around there is when they were really last kind of good movies made. Yeah, they just don't make them like they used to. Here's another underground. It could creep its way into my top 10, and I absolutely love it. Shawshank Redemption.
Oh yeah, classic. Can't go wrong there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Absolutely. And I am seeing. It looks like.
Hey, I want to say first off, Michael Noss, if he's still listening, I told you Spy would see some 715s before we were done, and it's kept continuing to go up. He says Every time we leave, gotta not every time, but he puts the weight of the SPY on my shoulders and says, "Hey, we're going up. This can't go down low." And I said, "Listen, I'll bet you we see 715s, and I'll make sure that we stay above 713 over the next 2 hours that I'm live." And sure enough, we're holding strong here, my man.
I like it. I thought we would hold that 713. That was my call. So I got swept out a little before. Yeah, nice green. I also sold a little early on my morning little scalperoonie, but hey, sometimes I just want to catch that. I didn't even catch the 80%. I caught like 50% of the move, but it was enough. It was enough for me. So, I'm always trying to just frame things as not getting too greedy when we are into these all-time highs, because I want to see the continuation. But like you said, Josh, it's about holding in that first hour or so, and then we can just keep playing the buy the dip till it stops to work. Yeah. Oh, and shout out Zlak. Good to see you, my brother. This is a OG. We've been in the mines. We were trading steel 5 years ago on Reddit forums, me and Zlak. So we go back. He's saying IBKR finally allows Korean stocks. This is actually super cool, guys. So if you have IBKR, definitely consider SK Hynix. Big movers. And what I'm really excited is actually to dive in and do some analysis on some of the smaller plays in that sector, because there are so many that just aren't available to most investors, and this is going to open that up, and we can kind of get in a little early on some of these. Same thing, I'll throw one more. Don't necessarily buy it now, not financial advice, but SIV, that's going to be they will be listed in NASDAQ eventually, but you can get a jump on that liquidity because they are just breaking range around 40. Sorry, guys, just wanted to throw that out because South Korea and the memory space still very hot. I'm still very heavy in Micron, added in off the 500 there. So yeah, Krosan Rankoru, 280 to 500 plus, beautiful trade there. There was it was one chart that I couldn't commit to early because it was a pattern that I have a hard time with waiting for the move, the catalyst, those massive bull flags. Josh, you remember when semiconductors were bull flagging for like a full year before this crazy move? Right. Like that. Yeah, the Broadcoms, Nvidia, there you go. So yeah, I think that's one area that I really want to hone in on this next bull cycle, so I don't miss those next big old bull flags that might be starting to push on out.
Apple here, like we talked about too, continues to go to new high of days. So that was just another one I just want traders to keep their eye on there. Nice, good continuation squeeze there. So we got some movement up there. Getting a little bit of stalemate on the SPY here, in my opinion. But Apple rocking to that high of day area. And we were talking about that over the last 30, 45 minutes for this to continue to go up, and it has. So don't forget, call the show, guys. Want to hear from you. 5K eval. First time caller, call in today. We want to know who your first mentor was. What was the trading like? Slack, Pro, Joe, Tack. We got all kinds of names rhyming today. We got Tack and Slack. Then we got Joe and Crow. And then we got Nick and Coach. Those don't rhyme, but that's all right, Coach TB. We love you. We still love you, Nick and Coach TB. Big Meaty Fit Me says mine was Oliver Valles, still sticking to his methods for stock trading stocks, for swing trading forex using fundamentals, data seasonality. There we go. Okay, still trading with there we go. So there's Big Meaty Fit Me's. And again, if you just want to type it out in the chat, a lot of you guys wouldn't be first time callers. Call in if you want to. Coach TB, Tack. You guys have been around for a while. Who was your first mentor? Was it Forrest Gump? Was it?
Hey, what's up, Balance and Balance? I see you, brother. Good to have you in here. We got the whole fam. We got the whole recurring crew. I love that. It's like a sitcom. Every couple episodes, you get a Kimmy Gibbler popping in the front door on Full House, and let's see, Coach TB. Your name's Tim. Okay, good to know. We got a couple Tims bumping around in here.
Or did he mean Tim Sykes was his first mentor?
Oh, that probably makes more sense. I have goldfish memory, Josh. I forget. It's in one ear, out the other in real time.
Love it. Oh man. Hey, at least you remember my name. That means a lot to me.
I know it's a J. Well, Josh. So I have I do have I swear it's a medical condition. I get bad brain fog, especially in the morning sometimes, and I'll do the dumbest thing where I'm like, okay, left is this way. It'll be that level of my brain just shorts out. Your last name is so common that I thought that I had it wrong. I was like, it can't be Smith. That's like my brain filling in a blank. I was like, no, it's literally Smith. I had to double check. It's like I sit here staring at your little thing in the corner like every every day for a couple hours, and I still so it's not you. I'm just a little bit insane.
It's all right. Insane in the membrane's always good, brother. Always good stuff. Hey, it's all right. Listen, for you that has the goldfish memory, they called me the memory of an elephant. So
yeah, okay.
It's all good.
The goldfish and the elephant. Is that our segment?
I'm down. Yeah, I like it actually. All right, so we got Coach TB. What's up, brother? How we doing?
Yo.
How you doing?
What's up, man?
Let me mute this YouTube. Yeah, nobody's calling in, man. How you guys doing today?
Doing good now that I'm talking to my man, Coach.
So why did the Uber driver quit on me, Steve, in the middle of the drive? He pulled over, told me to get out.
That is crazy work.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
He's gonna tell me he tired of people talking behind his back.
Who's talking behind his back?
I was on the
phone. How dare you? That's
he got mad
wild.
At you for being on the phone. He says, "Get out of my ride. I don't need you talking behind me."
He said, "I'm tired of people talking behind my back, man. You got to get out of here." I said, "I'm not talking about you behind your back, man. I'm talking to my friend."
Man, he sounds like he's in the wrong line of work. That's enough to set him off.
Hey, man, I just wanted to touch base with you guys real quick. No, but you know what? When I first started, was running with Tim Sykes, and we used to run around the country down in Miami. We used to have those little conferences we go to do the one-on-one. It'd be about 5 or 6 of us in there. And he was showing us how he was getting down with the penny stocks. And I thought it was quite interesting. He had some guys that take, 15,000 to $1 million. I said, hey, man, if they could do it, I'm going to do it. And that's how it went. That was years ago, though. You talking about back in 08, 07, 09, back during those times. But Timmy a good guy, man. I like him. He helped a lot of people out. He was kind of the trailblazer out there. Had the same story we had. His mom and dad put him in tennis, and he got an elbow injury from tennis, and he didn't know what else to do, so he started looking into penny stocks. And he was one of those type of guys that did heavy research and develop, heavy research on things like you, Steve. Steve,
maybe sometimes.
And
every once in a while.
Yeah, he came up with a lot of good tricks of the trade. And, we take that information and incorporate it into your own strategy. Because I really don't mess around too much with penny stocks, but the knowledge that you get from it, from running with them, stuff like cut your losses pretty quick, brother. That type of stuff.
Yeah.
Cut your losses quick. If you could do that, you can stay in the game, kind of, sort of, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I love that because the longer you're in it, and you're an OG, you've been around the block, so you get the value of capital conservation and also mental capital conservation, and waiting for your spot there. So I love that, Coach. I think that's something everybody needs to just have drilled into their brain. It never feels good to cut a loss until you do, and then there's no better feeling in the world than watching it go down without you.
Right,
yeah.
Right. If we can get that, I think.
Sorry, lost you for just a second there. Got you now.
Yeah, I lost you. I'm sorry about that. But if the traders could get that right, cut your losses, you'd be good to go. And the best of us have a hard time with that. I even talked to Kat, so he had a hard time, cutting your losses. And I'm like, man, we've been in the game so long. What's the problem? But it's the situation where you have to be right, and especially if you got a big ego or strong will, you got that A personality. It's like, nah, man, I studied this. It's going to be right. It's just playing games now. It's going to reverse and go back. But no, just cut it. Basically just cut it and keep on moving, because there's always another trade.
I love that. And you won't find the other trade if you're getting dragged by something else that you're forced to watch when it's hurting you too, And so I love that, man. It's just the golden rule. And for me, and I bet for a lot of traders out there, there's going to be a point where you will recognize You'll find this is a plateau you face where you make the right call, you get in a trade that's working, and then it doesn't do. Oh, I'm sorry about that alarm. It doesn't do what you expect. And how you manage your trade when it stops going your way is literally just, it's the name of the game, for me at least. For me, it was a switch that flipped, and it literally became a very common thing for me to be in a trade and get this gut feeling like, oh, I'm now wrong. I know I'm now off sides, and yet I wasn't able to pull the trigger. And actually, almost always, if I had just reversed the trade, it would have been the correct move, or at the very least, getting out. And so I started losing money, or at least losing profits, in the same way a couple times a week. And I had to do that for about a month and a half before I was like, hold up. And then I had to take a weekend and really just review every single trade I took and say, what's the commonality here? And the commonality was that I knew I was wrong at one inflection point, and instead of getting out, instead of potentially reversing, I just let it kind of work out because I had a good entry. So I just think it's for me, that's how long it took for me to get humbled and say, hey, I care more about making money than being right. And then it started to be very fulfilling, where if I did recognize that inflection point, I could, hop out and then potentially get into the reverse scalp. And that was so much more rewarding in being able to realistically see the swings on both sides of the market, and not just say, okay, I planted my flag long, now I'm long biased all day long, and I'm going to miss these trades to the downside because I'm stubborn. So for me, just eat the frog, just admit that you're wrong, and it'll be such a rewarding experience once that feedback loop starts building its power. Once you start seeing and building in your brain, not like the ouch, oh, I cut a play and now it's going in the direction I expected. It's the opposite of that, where you go, oh, I'm building up this muscle memory of this feeling. I know this feeling. I'm wrong, and I'm going to accept it.
Right.
Love it. Yep. Good stuff.
Yeah, go.
What you got there, Coach?
Oh,
I think we lost you there for a second, but I hear what you're saying, Steve. What I'm hearing is, I don't think that you're stubborn, right? I don't think that you're stubborn. I think it's just that we all, from kids, from childhood, been taught that when we go into something, we going in it to win, right? Yeah. Like if we play basketball in Little League or football in Little League, we don't go in those games to lose, actually, right? So having that incorporated in us since childhood, when we get into this game, we do not incorporate losing.
Right.
So we have to incorporate losing. We have to say to ourselves, hey, you know what? Losing is a part of this game. But it's hard to do that psychologically, because your whole life is like, when I go into something, I want to win. So if we can initially incorporate losing into the game, that way it'll help us cut those losses pretty quick, because we already know that losing is a part of it. That's the psychology side of it. So,
beautiful.
We beat ourselves up. We'd be like, man, I'm stubborn. I got an A personality. I got a big ego. But it's not that. We just need to incorporate losing is a part of this game. We need to accept that part, and then we can cut those losses pretty fast.
That's really well said, man. And I think that this is to me, what came to my mind is, like, I was thinking as a kid, when was that internalized? For me, a lot of that was like in sports, and I learned, to give it your all, and if you give it your all, that's all that matters. And I think that sometimes the wires get crossed when we've been built up or raised in the society where, to a large degree, you show up, you put in the work, and you get rewarded for it. And that, of course, is the case with trading on some ways, but the crux is that the work isn't just showing up. It's so easy to practice in the wrong ways and actually hurt yourself. And so, just figuring out how to work in the right way, I think, can really help. And I also think that those of us that did have an affinity for sports, for that kind of competition, were drawn to this. And there's this interesting, almost paradoxical thing where, if you're really good at sports, you often have a hard time. You reach the same plateau that I'm talking about, because you're intrinsically very good, very competitive at understanding, some type of edge. But the better, the easier it is for you, the less kind of pushback. Say you're like just the best in your team, and you go into college, you're excellent at that. I was reading an article about how a lot of college sports players, they're suffering from an epidemic of gambling addiction, because their whole life they haven't been, they've thrived off people telling them that this isn't going to work for you. just do it, do it anyway, overcome those adversities. And so I think that the market can be a very humbling thing where people have to realize like there's always a bigger fish. And, if you're successful enough, this might be the first time you're really humbled to that level. And that can be a very tough pill to swallow, I've noticed. So just know yourself and your competitiveness, and make sure make sure you're harnessing it to be a boon for you and not an albatross around your neck. Because I've seen that a lot.
All right, Coach, we got Crow in the Wings right here. You got all those books behind you. What is your, I know there's probably fake books, it's probably just the background, but let's give a book out. What's your favorite book that you read going on in your journey that you would tell traders to go read?
Oh, this is called Trading Stocks from Behind the Eight Ball.
Yes, sir.
What, when, why, and how.
Love that book. Again, thank you for the gift, my man. I was hoping that I was kind of gifting you a little preview of that. And guess who wrote that? That's my man, Coach TB wrote that. I got a copy signed by him, and it is really a good book. I promise you right now, you can find it on Amazon. I gave it a rating already right out of the gate because my man sent me something free. Heck yeah, I'm going to go give it a good review because I already know I'm reading something good before I even read it. And so it's Beautiful. A really good book. I advise everyone to go out there. My man Coach has been doing this for quite a while. So the reason why he's called the Coach is because he's coaching people how to trade stocks.
Josh, one more time for the people. Oh, sorry, guys. I just wanted to connect. Can I get that title again in case anybody missed it? I was getting water there. I want to read.
Yeah, you ready? It's www.tb8ball, the number 8, and then BALL.com. It's really easy.
Awesome. I can remember that.
Yeah, tb8ball.com. Right.
Awesome. I'm in, brother. I will check it out.
No, Josh, like I told you, man, I gift you that book as a token of appreciation for what you're doing here with the traders, helping them, giving them ideas, giving them all the study that you did over the years. You're giving it away. So that was just a token of appreciation, man. That's all that was.
Well, when I get my book, and I know I want to do it at some point, send it right back over and ditto to you. It's traders like you that make this community so amazing and fitting for a lot of people that may feel like they're a misfit or a wallflower and they just don't fit possibly and they're just not going to get it. It's people like you, humans like you, that make it possible for those other humans to become stock traders. So, man, I love you so much. I appreciate you always joining the show and calling in and can't thank you enough. Yeah, and boy, you have a good weekend. You eat you some good food now.
Yeah, you guys do the same, man. Love you guys too, man. Keep up the great work, and we'll talk soon.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, brother.
Coach TB coming in, out hot, and now Crow.
Boom.
Well, there's a little Crow from the Hook and the Lost Boys and the movie Hook. A little bangerang for you, Crow. If you want to unmute your mic, if you're still out there, Crow. If you're still listening, would love for you to join in now. He is on the Google Meet. We'll have one last little talk here if he wants to join in. Good topic for the day. I'm glad I just one of those ones each week, just trying to come up with something new that maybe we haven't hit or talked about before. And we kind of brought this up. I was maybe on the week, I should say Monday on the lunch recap. Where we were bringing up mentors or whatever it may be. I can't remember, but I was like, I just thought it'd be a good idea. Like, hey, who was the first? And so people can then go look these people up. Me and Coach TB, which there you go, have the same mentor. Yourself and other traders in chat, have the same mentor. And so maybe there's someone out there that's listening that doesn't chat. There's a lot of wallflowers, like I said, that are out there just soaking this in, which I love. I was a wallflower at first, as talkative and outgoing as I am as a human. And then put me in front of a camera or mic, and that's my career and journey before this. I'll talk for sure, but when I first started this and I was in chat rooms, I was a scaredy cat, didn't talk to anybody. I just wanted to soak it in. So now talking about mentors and then these books that we talked about today, there are going to be a lot of traders out there right now Googling Coach TV's book, Googling the books that you talked about, the mentors we talked about, looking into them and what they do and what they provide, let alone what we already do here at Trade the Pool do here, and what we're trying to provide for you guys each and every day, not alone from me and Steve, who've been, doing this for quite a while, then traders like Coach TB, and getting him on, so a lot of good information. And so today, I think that was definitely hit hard pretty good there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great stuff.
Joe says mentors, Alex Tamiz, Bio Gwyn, Harry Haas, My investing club. Taquito says the charts are my mentor. I'm right there with you, Taquito. That was pretty much my mentor, was just charts, and more charts.
Yeah, I got to double down on Joe's to Alex Temez and Bao Nguyen, I believe. That's such a hard name to say, but
right, yeah.
He is the man for sure. Good stuff there. Yeah, they're really nice to follow for incredibly fast trading and building into positions. When they get the kill shot, they take the kill shot. So they're very inspiring to watch for sure. Great to have your small cap mentors, your swing trading mentors, all that good stuff.
Yep. Nick says, "Yep, black sheep of the family here, just always looking for my people." Well, you found your people, Mr. Nick Diaz. You're a boxer or a fighter. I don't know. You're an MMA fighter. Anyway, whatever. We know who you are. You know who you are.
He's a lover. He's a fighter. He's a joker. He's a smoker. Yeah, he's our Nick, and we love him. He's ours.
Exactly. Don't sing those words because, know, like,
I think I said them in the wrong order. So
yeah, well, exactly. Which
I
is
ain't
good.
trying to hurt no one,
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I did it again. Shoot.
Yeah. It's all good. Slack, though, thanks for joining today. Of course, Trade the Pool for all the information. Taquito, Crow's not good with technology. It's all good, Crow. Crow is like, man, I'm trying to figure out this dang Google Meets call, and I can't even do it. And he's like, I can trade stocks, but a Google Meets meeting, forget that. I don't know what's going on there.
It took me like a month, so I'm with Crow there.
Yeah, like, just pull out the typewriter. I know how to work that.
I'll get the carrier pigeon going.
Okay, I think we're going out of. Let's go ahead and hang up. Yeah, hang it up. Yeah. Boom, and we're back, Do you have any screen share up there, boss? Oh, now unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
I was just saying the perfect seamless handoff, and I beefed it, but getting better. Progress.
You're good. You're good.
Looks like we got your charts up there.
Yep. We'll put the scanners back up. We do have this afternoon with Steve and myself. That's right. Get ready for Power Hour. After our stream, we got it coming for you. Apple is the big daddy today. Yesterday was just a roundhouse. We'll talk about that. I want to bring up that. I'm going to ask you about that, Steve, and how that went yesterday. Replay that a little bit, of course, as we then intro and tease what we will have and watch what we come out with. And After Hours with Apple will be absolutely fun. So please stick around. Take a little break like me and Steve are about to. I actually am getting into a one-on-one, and then I'll be back right after my one-on-one to join Steve here for After Hours, and we'll have the commentary bringing up Apple. Any last comments you got for the day? I think we killed it today for the call-in show, my man. Anything you got else for the rest of the day?
I'm just vibing, brother. Always good hanging out with you, and of course with everybody out there. So shout outs, Trade the Pool family. Much love to all of y'all, and we'll be back pretty soon. Don't go nowhere.